Inaabangan na ang pagpapatuloy ng pagdinig ng Senado sa money laundering scam. May ulat on the spot si Jam Sisante. Jam?
Yes, Rafi, narito na ngayon sa Senado si Kim Wong, ang sinasabing casino junket operator na maglalahad daw ngayon ng kanyang nilalaman tungkol doon sa money laundering scam kaugnay sa pera mula sa Bangladesh Bank. Dito na rin ngayon sa pagdinig ng Senado si Angela Torres, ang dating Customer Services Relations Officer ng RCBC Jupiter Branch na inaasahan din na bibigay ng kanyang testimonya ukol sa kanyang pagkakasangkot dito nga sa naturang money laundering scam na ito. Sa ngayon ay marami na rin mga ibang nauhi na nandito pa kanina dito sa session hall dahil nakatakdasan na magsimula ang pag-inig kaninang 11 a.m. Bukod doon sa nabanggit ko na Senatores at si Kim Wong, narito rin yung mga opisyal ng RCBC, Anti-Money Laundering Council at si William Sogo, yung negosyante na sinasabing gumawa raw ng fake account sa ilalim ng kanyang pangalan para i-consolidate yung mga nanakaw na pera. Sa ngayon ay nagsahaning naman ng mga senador, narito na sina Senador Serge Osmeña at ngayon kakarating lang halos si Blue Ribbon Committee Chairman TG Gingon at inaasahang magsisimula na anumang oras ngayon ito nga ikatlong pagdinig ukol doon sa money laundering scam.
Jam, magkakaroon ba ng epekto yung pagiging absent itong si Digia? Bagamat nagpaalam naman siya, no? Digito, itong si Digito. Magkakaroon ba ng epekto yan para mahimay ng maayos itong issue or marami naman silang guests para matalakay nga itong scam na ito, Jam?
Yun nga sana, Rafi, maganda sana kung nandito si Digito. Kasi ang sinasabi na involvement nitong si Kim Wong ay siya raw yung nag-utos kay Digito na buksan yung 4 na fake account at yung account daw ni William Sogo. So maganda sana kung narito siya para patotohanan o i-deny man kung ano yung ilalahad ngayon ni Kim Wong dahil siya raw yung link dito sa issue na ito.
Hearing of the Senate Blue Ribbon is hereby called to order. Good morning, everyone.
Okay, maraming salamat na lang sa iyo, Jam, at pakinggan na natin itong pagsisimula ng pagdinig dyan sa Senado.
New resource persons, let's get through with the administrative requirements. But first off, let me acknowledge the presence of the Senate Minority Floor Leader, Senator Juan Ponce Enrile. Good morning, sir. Senator Tito Soto. Morning, sir. Senator Serge Osmeña, the Chairman of the Committee on Banks. Morning, sir. Senator J.V. Ejercito. Morning, sir. Senator Bam Aquino. Good morning, sir. Senator Coco Pimentel. Good morning, sir. Oh, okay. Di ko nakita. Senator Ralph Recto. Good morning, sir. Oh, okay. We have some resource persons who are new. I would like the CORSEC, the COMSEC to administer the oath. COMSEC.
Could we request all the guests who are appearing for the first time to take their oath, please? Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this investigation? Please say it. Thank you. Please take your seats.
All right. Thank you. We will start with the Chairman of the Committee on Banks, Senator Osmeña. I think you have some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. We understand that Ms. Digito is not here today and that former Senator Rene Sagisag would like to make a statement on her behalf. But can we just make it short, Mr. Senator? Would you like to just tell us why Ms. Digito is not here and when she will be able to appear? Can you hear me well, Rene?
Kagalang-galang na tagapangulo at mga kasapi ng lupon ng Lasong Bugao. Magandang umaga po kahapon po ako ay nagpahatid na ng isang liham na nagsasaad po kung bakit ako po nandirito. Napakiusapan po over the weekend, Council of Record, Ferdy Topacio at kasama niya na tumayo po ngayon dahil out of the country po to discharge a commitment made earlier. They're just asking kung maaari po a week-long respite and then they'll be ready to continue cooperating as they have done before.
Thank you,
So,
Mr. Senator.
I need not read this po dahil nakakabit na po
longer.
sa ating
But we did
record.
read it, and we would like to thank you. I think the committee would be willing to allow Ms. Digito that respite, but it's not a week-long respite. It's a 2-week-long respite. Kasi isama mo na yung Holy Week. Our last hearing was on March 17. So if you will guarantee that she will be here the next hearing,
Kung mapag-uunlakan po at mapagbibigyan po kami, we'd be more grateful than we can say. So itutuloy po namin ang pagtulong sa Lupon to get at the facts and relevant matters. So makakarating po yan sa mga kasama kong manananggol na siya po ang Council of Record ni Maya Digito.
all right, I leave it up to my colleagues.
I think we could grant that so that after next week, then we can expect Ms. Tigui to appear.
Next Tuesday.
Okay, our next hearing is Tuesday next week.
Maraming salamat po.
Yes, sir.
And may I state now that I just got out of Makati Med. In fact, when I was last here, I was in a wheelchair for the necro of Uncle Joby Salonga. So baka hanggang alauna lang po at wala na po ng kamandag nyo. Maraming salamat po.
Okay then, thank you, Senator Sagisag.
May I just make a suggestion? We speak in English because we have foreign observers, and we would like them to be able to understand what's going on. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Osmeña, you have the floor.
Yes, we also understand that the representatives of RCBC have a request to make. Mr. Tan, Lorenzo Tan, would you like to state that request? Or would Attorney Marcel?
May I? Your Honor, in case you would wish to question us on procedures, we would be willing to discuss with you our procedures, but if possible in executive session, just because there are so many security features that we will be discussing, and it would be difficult to discuss without compromising the security of our bank. Of course, we still have our obligation for bank secrecy, even in executive session, but that would be our request, Your Honor.
All right. Well, that's that's the decision of the committee to make. But I have some preliminary questions. You brought up again the fact that the bank secrecy law protects the integrity of the individual accounts, correct?
As there are several laws, Your Honor, that cover the deposits.
Yes. Name those laws.
The General Banking Act, you have the AMLA Act, there's the Bank Secrecy Law,
All right.
and the FCDU Law. There are 4 laws, Your Honor.
All right. Now, that's for an account owned by a person, right? Now, we understand that RCBC already has found out that those 4 accounts, or those 5 accounts, including Picaches, don't exist. Those persons don't exist. So therefore, there's nothing to protect. There's nobody to protect.
Your Honor, we have actually consulted with our external counsel, and the advice is the wording of the bank secrecy laws covers the deposit itself. So even if the account holder, for example, would be fictitious, first there has to be a court order determining that. But even if the bank secrecy still applies to the deposits, we are very cooperative. We would like to discuss the details, and we are actually sharing what information we have with the AMLC and the BSP. But we are unable to discuss details of specific deposits and accounts unless there's a
So
waiver,
now you're
Your
not
Honor.
protecting the person, you're protecting the deposit.
No, Your Honor, that's actually what the law says.
Will you read a specific
I'll
provision
get
in the law?
Section 2 of the Bank Secrecy Law provides that all deposits of whatever nature in banks in the Philippines are absolutely confidential in nature and may not be inquired or looked into by any person, government official, bureau, or office. There are some exceptions, Your Honor.
All right. And so that refers to the deposit itself. So
The deposit itself.
and so if those deposits are the fruits of a robbery, a fraudulent transaction, you're still going to protect those deposits.
The law gives the banks an absolute obligation unless there are exceptions. Apart from the knowing, voluntary, and written consent of the depositor, banks may actually be required to divulge information in certain instances like impeachment, for example, bribery, dereliction of duty of public officials. There are specific cases, Your Honor.
All right. So in this particular case, if we go into executive session, you'll be able to share those things with
No,
the
Your
committee?
Honor. We still have our obligations.
So
in
what's the
executive
plus
session.
in going to executive session for the committee? Because we have to be transparent with
Yes,
our
Your
public,
Honor.
and all our hearings are open and
Yes.
open to the public.
Your Honor, we have done our best to be transparent to the extent that the law allows us. But especially in cases of dollar accounts, only the written consent of the depositor will allow us to divulge the information. We are mindful of these
Now,
laws
who
and
is
our
the
obligations.
depositor in this specific case? Would the depositor be who?
I'm-
You want the consent of the depositor. The depositor does not exist. So whose consent do we get?
Your Honor, even if we would like to, we see the loophole in the law, and we hope that with this hearing, you will be able to address that loophole because we really are unable to divulge despite the absurd
Since
situation.
these funds, we agree, were stolen from the Bank of Bangladesh, would you not consider Bangladesh Bank the depositor?
Your Honor, no. Under the law, that would not be the case, and I don't think that there is definitive proof.
So
that would
therefore,
allow
you're
us
saying,
to speak.
Attorney Marcel, if I steal your money and I deposit it in an account, no one can look into that account to determine whether it was Marcel's money or not. As
If
to
it's-
amount, the date it was deposited, wala.
If it's a peso account, Your Honor, and there's a court case with respect to that amount, we can discuss it in
Anong
court.
court case? Wala pang court case.
But in a
Investigation
Senate
lang.
hearing, sir, an investigation, the law does not allow us to speak about these deposits.
We're getting into a debate, but I'd like to know what is the stand here, or what is the personality of the Bank of Bangladesh who owns that money?
As far as we are concerned, Your Honor, we do not know if the Bank of Bangladesh is the owner of the funds here. We do
You
not
don't?
have any legal
The whole world knows that the
order.
Bank of
Yes, Your
Bangladesh
Honor.
was
Yes.
hacked,
Yes, Your Honor.
but that this is not their money. Or you don't know that it's their money.
As far as the banks are concerned and given the current laws in place, it is not for the bank to determine if the owner of an amount that was robbed has a right to the account or to the deposits. It's not for the bank, Your Honor.
Teka muna.
Even if I would want to, we are unable to, Your Honor.
Teka muna, pag hindi natuloy, if the notice from New York had arrived earlier and the funds were not remitted out of Jupiter into somebody else's account, wouldn't you, the bank, have had the obligation to stop payment?
If there's a freeze order from a court, Your
No,
Honor, yes.
without a freeze order, don't you use your judgment and stop payment at any point?
In general, Your Honor, if it's a request for freeze, the best that the banks could do under the current laws would be to allow the parties, the person questioning the sending of the funds, and the account holder to speak. But the bank itself does not have the rights that it has under a freeze order. So we cannot return the funds unilaterally in that case. That is what the law allows us. We really just
Hindi,
operate
anong
that
gagawin
framework.
ng bangko ninyo? Dumating yung hold order. You got a notice from the Bank of Bangladesh. You got a notice from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. You know, I'd like to inform the body that we hacked a U.S. bank. Not we, but the hackers hacked a U.S. bank. That is why it's now a federal crime. And that's why there's been a bigger hullabaloo because tinamaan ng New York. So, we would like to know from you, what would you have done if you had ample notice?
If we have ample notice, in any case, the only rights that are given to us would be to file an STR, a suspicious transactions report. And
Pero itutuloy ninyo yung remittance.
we can hold it for a period.
No. Tell me what you would do. Don't tell me what you can do.
Under the law, we have not been given any right to retain the funds, Your Honor.
I'm afraid many bankers would disagree with you, but I guess you're arguing from your point of view, no?
No, Your Honor. It would be...
Ako ang bangko, somebody stole money from Senator Bam's
Yes,
account,
yes.
say 1 million pesos. Then Bam tells me, that's my money, can you stop payment? Do not make it go any further. If I were the bank, I would be obligated to stop payment. I may not give the money back to Bam until he proves it's his,
Yes.
but definitely I would stop payment.
I understand the logic, Your Honor, but unfortunately, the laws do not reflect the rights that you are explaining. It would be, for example, if a supplier sold a tractor to a buyer, and a
If
payment
you have
order...
proof that there is legal transaction, of course you've got
We have an
reason.
if there is
But
proof,
if there is no legal transaction, I stole Bam's money and I was just transferring the money to somebody else and I don't have any legal transaction with that somebody, there's no trade, there's no
Yes.
payment for services, you'd have to question me first. Teka muna.
yes, we would slow down
In
on
the
the
meantime,
processing.
you would have to stop payment,
Yes,
right?
we would slow down on the processing and make the parties speak. But
But you
may I
would
finish
stop
my
payment.
example? We would slow down. Your
No,
Honor,
don't tell me slow down because I don't know what
Effectively, it
slow
would
down
have the
man.
same effect, Your
Either
Honor.
this goes through or this does not go through. Isang pindot lang yan.
effectively, it would have the same effect, Your Honor. But may I just go back to my example? If I
It
sold
will not
the
have
tractor...
the same effect and you're not being very candid with the
I'm very
committee.
candid, Your Honor, on this.
So what do you mean you can stop it? You will stop it.
For a
won't you?
temporary period only, Your Honor,
Well, I
just to
don't care
allow
if
the
it's
parties
temporary
to
or permanent, but you will stop it until you can do some confirmation.
No, Your Honor.
You won't?
The laws do not allow us that right. And I'd
I've
like
talked
to
to
finish my
several
example.
bankers, top bankers, and they said, yes, they would exercise their discretion and stop it.
Your Honor, perhaps you would like to speak with others, but in this hearing, but that is not our reading of the law. And if I may just finish, if I sold the tractor to someone
So
and there's a payment
RCBC
order,
is different. You're
no,
on
Your
the different.
Honor, all banks have the same obligations and rights under the same laws.
But I did ask those banks, and
Then
they would stop.
I do
Teka
not
muna,
understand.
dinakaw yung pera. It's up to it's the discretion of the bank president or whoever
No, Your Honor.
to stop.
No.
So what is the use of the compliance?
That's why, Your Honor, it would be good
situation.
to amend the laws to give more teeth to the banks.
You're blaming
because
us now.
even the no, sir, I'm not. Even the regulators do not have that authority, Your Honor. I wish that it would be the case because it would make our jobs easier and it would not put us in a position where
So
there is
you're-
logic in what you're saying and
You
we
are
cannot
telling the
follow.
whole world that send your money to the Philippines because we cannot stop
No, Your
The
Honor, I am not.
transmittal, it will go straight to the casino or to the remittance company, to the casino. Well, I'll not say. All right, now, I would like to ask also another question or go off on a related tact. Every bank has a threshold amount by which it is warned to examine the incoming deposit because it's very suspicious, right? In past hearings, wala kayong threshold amount.
Sir, if actually that would be the subject of our request for executive session, if that's the procedure, our operations head is here and he can discuss the details.
No, this is nothing secret. I mean, you either have a threshold amount
We have
or
a
you
threshold
don't, and you've
amount.
already.
Yes,
What is
Your
the
Honor.
threshold amount?
At that time, sir, it was 1 billion pesos.
1 billion pesos.
Yes, Your Honor.
Or roughly $20 million.
More or less.
Or less. So if it was less than that, you don't go up to higher ups.
Even with the threshold, Your Honor, there's no requirement to elevate it to senior management. It's still at the settlements department.
That's
Your Honor.
very interesting. So $20 million, you don't elevate it to senior management. I want Mr. Yaitan to respond to my question. Yeah. Mr. Tan, continuing my line of questioning of Attorney Fernandez, at what amount would you have been forewarned, should you have been forewarned or alerted by your officers?
As Attorney Fernandez mentioned, Your Honor, we have a 1 billion threshold.
Pesos.
Yes, and most CEOs don't hear anymore about these remittances. Like in the case of RCBC, we probably had 50 remittances of 1 billion or more the past 3 years, and we don't hear about these remittances.
All right.
You know, because most of the time we're either in meetings or out of the country. We only hear about it when there's a problem.
And like in this case, you didn't hear about it, so now you have a problem.
Well, I found out, when it became an issue.
Answer my question. You didn't hear about it, and this became a problem. I thought compliance rules meant for you to be adequately forewarned.
No, sir. They raised the issue to me, but after the funds have left already.
Yeah, but if you had gotten the issue raised before the funds had left,
I will still rely on the inputs from our compliance and our legal department on what we can do, sir.
that doesn't answer my question. What would you do?
Well,
You will pass the decision to them.
Well, we always base our decisions, sir, based on what we can do under the law and our existing policies.
Well, Attorney Fernandez just said that you wouldn't stop it because you're not allowed to stop it under the law.
That's right, sir.
All right. Would you have picked up the phone and called the central bank governor instead and said, I got a problem?
You're not allowed secrecy.
Well, under bank secrecy, our obligation, sir, is to file the appropriate STR report and let the AMLC deal with the.
That means a few days delay, like in this case. It took
Well,
you several
under-
days to file the suspicious
Under
transaction
AMLC
report.
policies, sir, you're given 10 days to submit that
That's right.
STR report.
That's right.
And under
And by that time,
regulations,
the money is long gone,
yes, that's the.
as we saw now.
Yeah.
But I'd like to know, based on the practices of RCBC, at what point would you have been alarmed? At what point would your officers have had to go up to the CEO and say, boss, I think you really have to take a look at this?
Well,
What would that amount be?
it's probably when instincts kick in, sir. I don't think it's the amount. They go to us for a business decision from time to time.
Well, in
But-
this case, Mr. Tan, you had 4 accounts, received dormant accounts, absolutely no economic activity, $6 million, $20 million, $25 million, $30 million, totaling $81 million, and they did not go to you and say, chief, these 4 accounts, all dormant, suddenly receive this 1 billion pesos average each?
No, sir, they did not go to me.
Okay.
Because
Should they have gone to you?
No,
well, we have existing
Ms. Marcel,
sorry.
we have existing policies and controls, Your Honor, and as CEO, you assume that their responsibilities are being done.
all right. Now, supposing $100 million each had been deposited into the account, they would not have gone to you?
I think in that case, they would have gone to me. I mean, it's like the difference between lending a 50 million clean loan versus a billion clean loan. Instincts come in.
Ayan. So meron kang threshold amount. I'm trying to determine what's the threshold amount. You said it's about $22 million. And so if you had 100 anonymous fake accounts and they each received $22 million or less, it doesn't come to
Well,
the CEO's
It's-
attention.
That's why my opinion, Your Honor, thresholds can only give you, a protection at a certain point because people will find out what your threshold is and then they will remit below that. I mean, that happened when we started filtering OFW remittances. The limit was 10,000. So some people were remitting 9,000, 10 times or 40 times, right?
That's right.
I think what will really
But we're not talking about $10,000 here.
what will really catch, dirty money would be, having intelligent systems in your bank, like what you have in global banks today. I mean, even if you have, modern software, you still need instincts to kick in. Your compliance people, your operations people, your sales people, they all have to use their judgment.
If all the other banks have threshold amounts of $1 million, $2.5 million, maximum $5 million, yours was at $22 million, you are way out of line vis-a-vis
Well,
your other peers
Your
in the
Honor, I
banking
think-
community.
I think it depends on the size of your bank. Our total assets as of year end was 530 billion pesos. So, I think 1 billion was a reasonable amount at that time. Now, because of this
Mr.
experience,
Tan, the banks I talked to were all much bigger than RCBC. And they all had threshold amounts of that, $1 million, $2.5 million.
well, again, Your Honor, it's a balancing act. If you lower the amount, commerce will be affected because some of these remittances are meant to pay certain obligations. Like if you're dealing with the
Only for
capital markets.
RCBC? Only for RCBC? I mean, you were president of the Bankers Association of the Philippines for 2 years, so surely you knew exactly what the other banks also were doing, what their thresholds were.
Unfortunately, Your Honor, we don't share notes on thresholds and things like that. But some banks have similar systems.
Wouldn't the AMLA compliance been one of your concerns as president of the Bankers
Well,
Association of the Philippines?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All
And,
right.
and I think RCBC was compliant with AMLA policies. I think what happened here is, some judgment error from the people, on the ground. Right? I think if you look at our systems, we have been applying Six Sigma principles in our processes.
Yes.
We have foreign consultants that look at every process of the bank. And we have 16 products that we sell to every consumer and every corporation. Remittance is just one of 16, Your Honor. I mean, banks have 1,000 processes. If you decide to change the whole kitchen of a bank, you have to go through 1,000 processes, right? And this is one of them. I think what happened here is, we had the IT controls, the human controls, but unfortunately, it failed in the end, in the execution.
And it would fail again because as Attorney Fernandez responded, you wouldn't stop the transaction from
this
going
experience is, we have made changes to our present system to prevent this from happening again. And if you ask my opinion, Your Honor, I mean, it can happen again. Philippine banks have to upgrade to cognitive systems. We have to look at our employee behavior, what time they go in, what time they go out, what they do outside. We have to look at transaction behavior. Only computers can do that. Because if you have a bank and you envision to have 20 million, 40 million customers times X number of transactions per second, there's no way you can have human intervention along the way. You must combine
But the other
people and
banks,
IT.
the other banks have human intervention.
Well, Your Honor, it's like a Formula One
Not as
race,
a
right?
standard, but at a certain level, they have human intervention. Like I said, the threshold amounts are $1 million. Now, since these banks are 10 times bigger than RCBC,
It's balancing
their
cost
volumes are much
efficiency
bigger.
and speed, Your Honor. I mean, in our business, you have to balance cost efficiency, speed, and control, right? I mean, the global banks, they were hit with Bernie Madoff. 4 years they were in the books of the largest U.S. bank, right?
Yes.
Nick Leeson brought down a 100-year-old institution because of poor controls. This happens because, it's just like racing a Formula One race. You either invest in a Ferrari or a McLaren and have the best driver to drive it. You need both. We have 6 levels of training program, and yes, we are sorry this happened, but it's human error, human judgment, or
We're trying
it's
to
intentional.
determine. That's precisely we appreciate your comments, and the committee is trying to determine whether human judgment was indeed the main culprit in this case, or the compliance rules of RCBC severely lacking. But tell me something. Again, may dumating na $100 million. One account. No justification, no legal, no trade, no services. Wouldn't that get up to you?
Well, if the systems are working, I mean, given our
We
present
assume
systems,
that they're
Yeah,
working in your
someone
bank. Would it
should-
have reached you?
give me a chance, Your Honor. Someone should really go down there and ask.
Not
may I see-
should. I want to ask you, would it have reached your level?
It depends, Your Honor. If it's a multinational company with, that reasonable level of business volume, I don't think it will reach me.
No, if it's a
But if it was,
multinational company and this is in the normal process, I'm Shell Corporation, I have an RCBC account, I normally have transactions in the hundreds of millions of dollars a month. Of course, it's going to be not. But here I'm talking about a specific situation where it's an inactive or dormant account. It's got $500 in deposit. It suddenly receives $100 million.
well, a perfectly working internal control system, I would hope it really does not need to go to a CEO. The control should kick
No,
in.
you're
It should-
speaking in hypothetical terms. I'm asking you if $100 million had been deposited to the account of, I'll give you one name, La Grosas, would you have been alerted under your current process?
No, Your Honor.
You would not.
Yes.
$200 million, would you have been alerted?
Well, again, if the people feel that
No, not if. Would you have been alerted under the circumstances?
there's no policy written that it needs to
No,
go
we're
to
not talking
me.
about you're
Yeah.
talking about judgment. You're talking about having trained your people to use their judgment, correct? Because a lot of these are judgment calls. So I'm asking you, what would their judgment be? May dumating $200 million, isang account, $500 in deposit, dormant. Wouldn't I run up to my boss and say, boss, what do I do with this?
Well, I'm hoping that the compliance
No, what-
people and
Would they have come up to you or not? Don't hope.
I would think that the group head and the compliance people should be able to solve that problem.
Themselves?
Yes, sir.
All right. If the amount were $400 million,
Well, if it's extraordinary or unusual, probably
How extraordinary can that be? How extraordinary do you want it to be?
it's really based on experience, Your Honor. I mean,
Yes,
you
and
know.
so let's be more specific. We're not sophisticated bankers, so we'd like to know what would be that warning sign that would alert your people to tell you that something fantastic is happening.
If it's beyond reason or you know beyond the
Would
ordinary
you
course of
consider
the
$400 million within reason or beyond reason?
Your Honor, we just raised $400 million last year, right? And since it's going to RCBC, I don't think the banks would question something like that. So, you know, if it's to a Mr. Juan de la Cruz who's a salaried employee, I think, you know, it would raise alarm bells in the bank.
I'm talking about a dormant account with $500 US dollars suddenly receiving $400 million.
Yeah, well, the appropriate procedures would kick in, Your Honor. You know, the STR report and things
Yeah,
like
I
that.
know
right?
that,
Yeah.
but you're always talking hypothetically. I'd like you to tell me, would $400 million have alerted your boys to tell you? You take a look at this
I
because
think
this-
eventually they will inform me, but I don't think. you know,
eventually,
yes, I don't think they'll have
if
to
it were
inform me the
$800
same
million,
day. I think 800 is really out of whack. You know, I mean.
you mean it's
they-
impossible.
Well, no, I mean, of course, it will ring major alarm bells, right?
And you would be informed.
I think at the end of the day, they will inform me.
At the end of what day?
At the end of the day, when the remittance came in,
So if the remittance came in at 8 o'clock in the morning, you'll only find out at night.
based on our present systems, yes, sir.
Oh my. Well, at this point, Mr. Chair, with your permission, perhaps you'd like to...
Yes, yes. We have here a table. Would you hold this, please? This is a table of, as we all know, the amounts involved was $950 million. Okay? $81 million went through the system, went to RCBC. And another $20 million was the subject of a stop order by the Federal Reserve, which was on its way to Sri Lanka. Okay. We're talking about 35 payment instructions totaling $951 million. Now, 5 payment instructions went through. This one covers the 30 payment instructions that did not go through. What is notable here is that all payment instructions were created on the same day, February 5, 2016. What time? They were created in all 30 payment instructions totaling $850 million. It's created in 2 seconds. 12 midnight and 51 seconds to 12 midnight, 51 minutes and 51 seconds, 12 midnights, 51 minutes to 52 seconds. 2 seconds, 850 million payment instructions were created. Now, it's all stated here that the beneficiary bank or the bank to which the payment instructions were to be sent, the $850 million, all of it is in the name of RCBC. All of it, $850 million. And then from RCBC, the $850 million would have gone to the 5 fictitious accounts. Ralph Picache, Michael Cruz, Jesse Lagrosas, Alfred Vergara, and Rico Vasquez. 5 fictitious accounts each having $30 million payment instructions, 30 or $20 million. 5. And then after that, another 5 names, the same name. So it goes round and round by succession. Iniikot-ikot lang, succeeding names. So that is what we see, and that is what would have happened had the Federal Reserve Bank of New York if the Federal Reserve Bank of New York honored the payment instructions. Luckily, because of their diligence, they did stop these 30 payment orders. In fact, the Federal Reserve sent a telex or a message to the Bank of Bangladesh, and they were asking the following information. Number 1, they say, we would greatly appreciate if you could provide us with more information on these transactions. Specifically, please provide the following. Number 1, full information of the beneficiaries, Alfred Vergara, Jesse Christopher Lacrosas, Michael Cruz, Enrico Velasquez, Ralph Picache. Then they go on, they said, please include their occupation, connection to the originating party, which is the Bank of Bangladesh, and a website reference if possible. Then number 2, what is the professional relationship, if any, between the 5 individual beneficiaries? Then number 3, full details of the underlying goods or services covered by these payments. I suppose they suppose that these were for the purchase of goods or services. So they were asking details. And number 4, which is very intriguing, why are these payments that represent repayment of institutional loans being made to these individual beneficiaries? So in other words, they were wondering why a central bank is dealing with individual beneficiaries. As we all know, central banks do not deal with individuals. So what is remarkable here is that had it gone through, it would have all 850 million or 951 million minus the 20 million for Sri Lanka would have all gone to RCBC and then into the accounts of the fictitious persons. That would be the line of reasoning that Senator Osmeña was trying to cull. Senator Osmeña?
Mr. Tan.
I think in that case, Your Honor, it will elicit a different reaction from the people below.
Different reaction. What
Well, because
reaction
the
would that
amount
have
is so outrageous. I mean, it's like a credit card that averages $1,000 a month, then all of a sudden it's charging 100,000. You know, it will be a different reaction from the team.
That's right, Mr. Chairman, as Mr. Tan. As a matter of fact, this was a credit card that didn't even average $1,000 a month. It averaged 0 a month. So that's why the committee wanted to learn from you what would have triggered a stop payment on the part of RCBC. And I guess you're saying that it would only have come up to, all in all, $950 million. Pag dumating dun, mag-i-stop ka na ng payment.
No, Your Honor. Even in the 81, we had hold orders that were implemented, right?
Which 81? You mean the original
The
deposits?
original, yes,
You had hold orders.
yes.
But you see, the money went through. And we're trying to find out when will you act to stop the payment. And obviously, you said, well, $81 million, it's up to my lower guys to determine whether it should come up to me. But at $850 million, it will definitely be brought to your attention. And you're not telling the committee whether you would have executed a stop payment or if you would have allowed the $850 million to go through because the law does not allow you to stop the payment. We'd like to know. Would you like me to respond, Mr. Tan?
Well, I'd like to discuss details of what happened in that specific transaction, Your Honor. But again, because of bank secrecy, we cannot disclose.
No,
the details.
we're not talking about a specific transaction any longer, Mr. Chairman, because these amounts did not go through. They were held by New York, $850 million US dollars, all supposed to have been transmitted to RCBC in the same manner that the first four accounts were from New York. Kaya tinatanong ho ng komite, kailan ba kayo mag-a-action? When will you take action under your internal rules?
Those transactions were subjected to the end-of-day review, Your Honor.
End of day.
Yes.
So pag dumating ng 8 o'clock in the morning, itutuloy ng branch manager mo yan. And the money would have been long gone. Goodbye. Before it comes to you at the end of the day. That's very poor compliance.
There's a person from head office that looks at end-of-day transactions, Your Honor. And
Kaya nga
sometimes,
tinatanong ko if you wait till the end of day, the money would have been remitted already. That's exactly what happened in this case.
that it's
Ms. De Guito
You know-
got the notice around 10:50, 11:20, 11:30, 11:40, 11:50. Tinuloy yung and sent it to PhilRem.
there are supposed to be two controls. One is money arrives at the branch. The branch manager's job is to do their KYC procedures and policies, right? Then at the end of the day, at the settlements department, someone looks at the summary of transactions. Then they start noticing big transactions like this one.
Uy, mali. Get it back. There was an order from AMLA, pero it was too late. How much did we freeze there? $60,000? Please don't nod your head. You'll have to speak into the mic, Ms. Abad.
Your Honor, just around, as far as the four account holders are concerned, just around 68,000 US dollars.
$3,000?
$68,000
$68,000.
were left.
Tinan mo?
with those four accounts.
You froze it. You froze $68,000, but you wouldn't freeze $81,000. That's what you're telling us. Yes.
Your Honor, actually, that was a judgment call that we made, notwithstanding the limitations that we had under the law. We decided to just return the funds.
Kayo naman, oh.
It's true, Your Honor.
You won't stop 81 million, but you're so proud that you stopped the $68,000.
Your Honor, as we explained, when a request for freeze came in, and I believe I explained it relative to the William Go accounts last time, we sent notice to the branch to at least find out what it was about, to find out more. It wasn't a freeze order from a court. And unfortunately, within 30 minutes, the branch manager implemented the deposits to the William Go account. So that's really what happened, Your Honor.
Yes, that's why what I was asking, hypothetically, if you had learned and you had been alerted of this,
Yes.
would you have put a stop to it? Even if it's a temporary stop for 1-2 days until you can
Yes.
validate, no?
Yes.
Kasi if you had done your homework, you put a stop to this, siguro in less than 2 hours, you'll find out that those 4 accounts were fake.
Yes. Your Honor, in that case, it would be elevated to me, and probably I would have made a judgment call to stop it. Despite the possibility of being sued by the account holders, it would have been elevated to me, and I would have made that judgment call.
We are recommending to Mr. Tan to appoint you as Executive Vice President in charge of compliance. In any case, Mr. Chairman, we would like to inform the committee that we received this information from the Bank of Bangladesh through the kind efforts of Ambassador Gomez, and if we have an official transmit a letter from Mr. Badrul Hake Khan, General Manager of the Accounts and Budgeting Department, Bangladesh Bank, in parentheses, Central Bank of Bangladesh. And they verified that they sent us this list with the amounts involved, the names, the date, the account numbers. I'd like to submit this to the committee for its records.
Yes, at this point, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Ambassador of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, His Excellency John Gomez. Good morning, sir. Good morning, Your Excellency. Thank you. Okay. Let us now go to Mr. Kim Wong. Mr. Kim Wong,
Your Honor, pwede pa po ako magbigay ng open statement ko?
sige. Hindi naman masiguro masyadong mahaba, no?
Hindi naman po.
Okay. Kasi mas gusto namin yung ikwento mo yung kung ano nangyari. Pero please proceed. Go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you po. Ako po si Kam Sin Wong. Kim Wong po ang tinawag sa akin ng mga kaibigan ko po. 15 years ago, naimbestigahan na din ako ng Senado. Pero hindi po ako ang Kim Wong nandidinig sa drugs. Sa katunayan, hindi po ako nakasuhan at wala din po negative findings ang Senado sa akin po. Nandito po ako para sabihin ang akin nalalaman sa issue ng money laundering na inimbestigahan ng inyong committee. Marami po akusasyon laban sa akin. At sa maraming malalaki tao nandito ako para sabihin ang totoo. At sabihin ang aking nalalaman. Itong negosyo namin sa casino, meron po kami rules. Kailangan masabi ng totoo kahit anuman mangyari. Una, wala akong kinalaman sa pagpeke ng bank documents para pumasok ng pera sa bansa. Hindi ko alam ang pinagmulan ng $81 million. Pangdalawa, dalawang foreigners ang nagpasok ng $81 million. Isa sa kanila ay matagal na labas-pasok sa Pilipinas at kilala junket agent at high roller. Pero makatulong sa mga investigador, ilalagay ko sa isang sealed envelope ang kanilang pangalan at kopya ng passport at isasubmit ko sa committee. Pangtatlo, si Maya ang nagpeke lang sinasabing 5 bank accounts. Isang foreigner lang po ang ninifer ko kay Maya. Meron po akong pangalan at litrato po. Pang-apat, si Maya at Firem ang gumawa ng lahat ng paraan para mailabas ang pera sa bangko. Panglima, lumabas ang freeze order, pinigil ang paglaro ng mga players sa Midas at Soler. Sa aking pagkakaalam, may natitira more or less 40 million pesos sa Midas, more or less 100 million po sa Soler. 4.63 million dollars nakalagay sa isang junket sa Soler at ang mga more or less 70 million dollars ay hindi nakarating sa casino at sa mga foreign players. Pang-anim, sa kabuuan, 81 million dollars na sinasabi ipinasok sa RCBC, more or less 63 million dollars ang pumasok sa Soler at Midas Casino. Ang balanse, more or less 70 million dollars, sa pagkakaalam ko po, ay naka-firem. Maraming salamat po. Handa po ako sagutin ang inyong mga katanungan.
Sandali po. Sinabi mong 17 million dollars
17 po. 17 po.
nasa PhilRem.
Opo.
Okay. Una, punta mo tayo, Mr. Kim Wong, punta mo tayo sa yung pagbukas ng accounts. Pakikwento naman, saan nangyari ito at kailan nangyari?
Palagi po ako kinukulit ni Maya para mag-open ng account sa RCBC dahil wala naman po akong negosyo sa RCBC eh. So, isang araw nakita ko siya, nagkita kami, sabi ko, kung gusto mo, meron akong player, may utang sa akin, gusto magbukas ng account. So, more or less, hindi ko po alam, lumati yung player ng 10, siguro 11 o 12 ng May 2015, pumunta ko si Maya sa office ko, sa Midas po.
Si Maya pumunta sa office niyo?
Opo. 4 po sila. Yung 3 po, nasa labas. Ako po, tsaka yung junket ko po, ay nasa loob ng office.
So, sa loob ng kwarto, 3
Office
lang
po.
kayo?
Opo.
Ikaw, si Miss Maya Diquitos, at saka yung
Junket ko po.
yung junket operator?
Opo, yung sinasabi ko po, nakasil po na sa envelope. yung
Sealed
passport.
envelopes.
Opo.
Okay. Bago nun, by the way, I'd like to inform everyone in the committee that Bloomberry has submitted a report. Is Bloomberry around? Yes, submitted a report to the committee, and I'm instructing the COMSEC to reproduce the copies with a request of Bloomberry to keep everything, the identities confidential.
Your Honor, our request is to keep the confidentiality of the junket operator. We believe the committee should expose the name of the, Ding Xixi, the guy who brought in the funds, and the 18 players who played the non-negotiable chips that were purchased out of the funds that we received from PhilRem, Your Honor.
Okay then. Pinangalanan na yung pangalan. Do you confirm sino ba itong mga to?
Ito po yung malaki junket operator po.
So, sino yung kasama mo sa kwarto na kasama ni Maya?
Yung sana ipapangalan ko po dyan.
O, sige, for now, John, para matuloy yung kwento. Sige, pakikwento ano nangyari.
So,
Sandali lang.
opo.
Bakit hindi mo masabi ang pangalan ng junket operator? Bakit kailangan ilagay mo sa envelope at nakasealed at ibibigay mo sa committee?
Sasabihin ko po, kung yun ang request nyo po.
May kailangan.
Opo.
Bakit pa?
Okay, pakisabi na lang para matapos na.
Opo, sir.
Sandali lang. Sino meron bang nagsabi sa'yo na kailangan ilagay mo sa sealed envelope yung mga pangalan?
Opo, kasi po,
Sinong nagsabi?
may kausap po ako ng mga maghahanap po sa mga tao nito. Ang gobyerno po natin sa Pilipinas, sana may tago para mahanap po nila. Pero kung gusto niyo sabihin ko, sasabihin ko po.
Eh, di sabihin mo, dapat sinabi mo doon sa immigration na huwag ninyong palabasin itong mga tao nito kung nandito.
Supposed to be po, dapat
Nandito
hindi
ba
po.
yung mga tao?
Supposed to be po, dapat hindi po nakalabas. Kasi po, nung March 7 po, sinabi ko po sa abogado ko po, kausapin ng AMLA, baka makatulong kami. Nung wala naman dispanso AMLA, so yung Soler, March 10, hinuli niya lahat ng tao. Lahat ng kwarto, lahat ng pera chips, hinuli ho nila. Kaya lang, wala naman po kami magawa. Kaya nakaalis ho lahat.
Oh, sige. Teka muna. Let's put things back in perspective. Umpisa tayo doon sa pagbukas ng account. Doon muna tayo.
Hindi po, gusto niya po ibuksan o hindi?
Hindi, sabihin mo na. Yun nga, sasabihin mo kung sino yung kasama mo doon sa kwarto. Sabihin mo na.
Sabihin mo na sa publiko para malaman kung sino yung mga tao na yan. Kailangan na malaman kung sino ang central personality.
Swa Huagaw.
Ha?
Swa Huagaw.
Swahagaw.
Swagaw.
Swa Huagaw. Ito po yung password niya po. Pwede ko ibigay ko sa inyo.
Sulat ko.
May we have the, Mr. Chairman, may we have the Sergeant at Arms to
Alam mo, hindi ako nakakabasa.
get a copy of the...
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Senator
I
Smenyo?
think for the record, the family name should be the one that we use. Yung family name niya, Gao, di ba?
Gao, opo.
G-A-O.
O.
Okay, thank you.
G-A-O po.
Okay. Gaw. Okay.
Sino si Swagaw?
Sir, matagal na po ito junket agent ko po. Almost 8 years na po.
Kilala mo siya, ha?
Kilala ko po. Matagal na po nag-ooperate sa...
Unti-untiin natin.
Opo.
Kilala mo siya.
Kilala ko po.
Ngayon, taga saan siya?
Tiga China po.
Saan sa China?
Sa Beijing po.
Beijing.
Opo.
Han.
Ano po?
Han. S-A-N. Han siya. Ang ethnic niya, Han.
Ano po yun?
Babayan mo na. Sige. Sige.
Mr. Minority Floor Leader, let us allow him to make his story first.
Taga Beijing, ha?
Opo.
Kailan unang pumasok sa Pilipinas yan?
I think 2007 po. Labas-pasok po to.
May record sa immigration.
Opo. At ito po, at pwede po itanong po sa Soler, nakapagkaroon na po ito lang, natalo po ito ng 450 million po.
Naglalaro sa casino ito.
Opo. May record po sa Soler po. Pwede ho tanungin. Natalo po ito ng 450 million po. Kaya po siya may utang sa akin.
250 million pesos.
450 million pesos po.
450.
450 po.
Isa-isang gabi.
Hindi po. Actually, naglaro siya po 1 week. Nasa record po ng Soler, nanalo ng 250. Tapos napakiusapan ko maglaro. Tapos natalo ng 250. Natalo pa ulit siya ng 450. Kaya umutang ako sa Soler. Sabi ko, bigyan niyo naman pa akong credit, gusto maglaro. So, binigyan naman ako ng credit ng Soler na 450 million po.
Kailan yun?
I think early 2000 o late 2014 po.
Mr. Senate President, Mr. Senate Minority Floor Leader, can we just let him finish first and then...
I will reserve my right to...
Yes. We
Opo,
can... All senators will have the right
Opo.
question. Sige. Ako naman, ang facilitator lang. No? So, ano nangyari? Sinong nandun sa opisina?
Ito po si Mr. Gao.
Okay. So, tatlo kayo.
Opo.
Okay. Ano nangyari?
sabi ni Mr. Gao kay Maya, magbukas po ng account. Sabi ko, refer kita. Gusto ni Mr. Gao na dollar. So sabi po ni Maya, kailangan cooperation. Corporate ba? Kasi hindi pa ako
Corporation.
nagkukuha ng mga tao ko po eh. So hindi ko masyadong maintindihan. So sabi ni Maya, kaya 5 tao para gumawa ng isang company para magbukas po ng account.
Okay, tuloy mo.
So sabi ko, sabi ni Gao, bakit ang hirap yata magbukas sa account? So sabi ni Maya, ako na bahala. Tapos, nagmamadali din po ako, umalis. So sabi niya po, siya na bahala. Opo. Pagkatapos
Sige,
po,
tuloy mo.
after, hindi ko po masyado mataan, 2 to 3, tumawag siya. Sabi niya, kailangan ng $2,005. So, sabi ko po, sandali, tatanungin ko po na kay Mr. Gao. So, sabi niya, ipadala na lang. So, sabi ni Mr. Gao, ipadala. So, pinadala 2,005 po kay Maya po. Yan po ang nangyari.
Okay.
Opo. Sinasabi niya po na 5 tao ko, nung sa Senate hearing nadinig ko po, hindi po totoo yun.
Oh, na may ibang tao.
Hindi,
Kayong tatlo
wala naman
lang.
po, sinabi niya 5 tao, hindi po totoo yun.
Okay. So, ano pa nangyari after that? So,
Wala na po.
Wala na?
Opo.
Okay. Doon tayo sa February 5. May nangyari ba sa iyo tungkol sa mga nangyari dito sa money laundering?
February 4 ho.
February 4. Okay.
Opo. Lumating po si Mr. Gao, sabi niya, yung mag-i-invest sila sa Pilipinas kasi hirap ng casino sa Macau at isasara nila yung kumpanya para madala mag-invest dito sa junket sa Manila. So sabi ko, sige, sino ba to? Sabi niya, matagal na to kaibigan, si Ding. Si Mr. Ding po. Yung sinasabi niya po, siya po yung nag-receive ng 1.3,650,000.
Mr. Ding. Sino si Mr. Ding?
Ding Shishi.
Ding Shishi.
Yung sinasabi po ni
Anong nationality ni Ding Shishi?
Macau po.
Macau.
Opo.
Okay. Sige, tuloy mo para matapos mo lang lahat ng gusto mong sabihin, ikwento mo lahat, and then we will ask questions. Sige, tuloy.
So, sabi ko, sino to? Sabi niya, sigurado mag-i-invest dito. O sige, sabi ko, tingnan natin kung, sabi niya, may papasok sila malaking pera. Sabi ko, tingnan natin, pag may pera, lumating, yun ang casino rules namin eh. Pag may pera po, yun ang totoong salita. Yung mga sabi-sabi lang, hindi ko kami naniniwala dun eh. Opo.
Okay.
So, dumating pong next day, dahil nagmamadali ako. So, next day, morning, sabi niya, magkita tayo sa Soler. So, sabi ko, sige po.
Sino
Tama.
nagsabi sa'yo magkita kayo
Yung dalawa po sila.
Si
Si Ding po, tsaka si Gao.
Ding at saka si Gao.
Kasi
Okay.
sabi niya po, may darating na pera. O sabi ko, sige. Tawag po ako ng may Maya. Sabi niya, wala po. Di, wala. Sabi ko sa kanila, sabi niya, tawag ka ba? Sabi ng dalawa, sige, tawag ulit ako. Sabi ni Maya, ang kulit ko. Sabi ko, ang kulit itong dalawa eh. Tapos tawag na naman ulit ko. Mga ilang tawag po. Wala po.
February 4 ito.
February 5 po.
February 5 na.
Morning po. February 5 po. Morning po. Tapos dumating ho ang almost 1 something.
In the afternoon.
Opo, tumawag sa akin si Maya. Oh, may dumating $6 million. Sabi ko, okay. Sabi ko sa nila, dalawa, may dumating ho, $6 million. O sabi ko, Maya, kung may dumating $6 million, ipadala mo na lahat sa Soler. Sabi niya, sige. Tapos, tumawag ulit siya. Oh, may dumating pa. 25. O, di, sige, padala mo kung pwede. Padala mo sa Soler. So, tumawag ulit. Oh, may 30 pa. May 20 pa.
Lahat ito, million.
Opo. So, ibig sabihin, lahat to, yun ang 81 million po. Sabi niya, huwag mo na kulitin,
Dollars ito, no?
Opo, huwag mo na akong kulitin, basta may darating sa Soler. Sabi ko po, kung pwede naman po, makikiusap ako na sabi nitong player, sana, kung ina mapadala mo sa Soler at may cash. So sabi niya, gagawa niya ng paraan po. So sabi, antayin na lang. Opo.
Okay. Tuloy pa. Ano pa nangyari?
Dumating mo lang mga 6:30
6:30
ng 6 to 6:30 ng gabi. Sabi sa
of
akin
February 5. 6:30 ng gabi sa February 5 ito.
Opo.
Okay.
Sabi po sa akin ng Soler, o boss, may dumating na doon sa play mo kay Ting Sisi. Sabi ko, paano mo? Sabi niya, film ang nagpadala.
Sino po?
Film.
Philrem.
Ang
Okay.
money changer. Sabi ko, sino ba yun? Tapos, dumating po si Mr. Concon po.
Sino si Mr. Concon?
Concon Bautista po.
Ayun, Concon Bautista, ikaw yun. Okay.
Dumating po siya. Sabi niya,
Anong oras itong dumating?
magse-7 siguro po.
Magse-7 ng gabi na
6:30 ganun po.
sa Soler.
Opo.
Okay.
Sabi niya, napakiusapan siya ni Maya na tulungan. Sabi niya, hindi dapat ako makialam dyan. Si Maya ng kulit na pakiusapan siya. So sabi ko, thank you po. So sabi ni Concon, yung pinaproduce ni Maya na pera, na produce siya 80 million pesos po. Dala niya po.
1.8 o 8.0?
80 million pesos po.
80 million pesos.
Opo.
Okay. Dala niya?
po. Ng tao niya.
Cash dala
Cash
niya.
po.
Okay.
Tapos sabi niya, yung kakulangan na 20 million dadali ni Maya.
Okay.
20 million pesos po. So, dumating si Maya po.
Mga ano oras dumating si Maya?
Yung base po sa record po ng Soler, yung sasakyan po, binali po is 7:57.35 seconds. Ito po yung sa Soler po. Sasakyan po ni Maya po.
Ayun. So may CCTV snapshot.
Opo, meron pa po.
Okay. So 7:57, halos mag 8 o'clock na yun.
Opo. Hindi,
Okay.
binali ho. Ibig sabihin, mas maaga ho siya dumating. Kasi kinuha pa to eh.
Kinuha. Okay.
Bali ho, pagbaba ho.
Okay. Sige. Okay. Tuloy niyo po.
Tapos po, sabi ho ni Concon po, itong 100 million, dapat may recipient. Di ba po? So, binigay ko po yung kay Wei Kangsu na passport po. Yung Wei Kangsu na sinasabi niyo,
Teka, sabi mo 100 million.
Opo, in pesos po.
Bakit naging 100 na?
Di ba 80 po plus 20 po? 80 million plus 20 million
Sino
pesos.
nagdala ng 20?
Si Maya po.
Pinapaklaro ko lang. So, okay. Cash yun. Mr. Kim?
Cash po. Cash
Okay.
po. Meron pong patulayan po itong cash na pagdating po, dahil nagmamadali yung player ko, sila ding sigaw, chineking ko kasi meron po kami rules na usapan. Basta lahat ng pera pumasok dito sa act. Ang usapan nito, lahat lalaroin sa casino. Kasi ang casino po kami, meron kami gentleman agreement eh. So ito, diniposit ko po, meron kong picture na February 5, 8:07 inakit ko po. Sa isang junket po. 100 million po. At pwede po i-check sa Soler.
Okay, you're showing us a picture. A
Oh.
picture of
Tinanggap po yung 100 million.
na
Patunayan.
tinanggap yung 100 million
Opo.
sa Soler.
Opo.
Okay. Yung picture na yan galing sa Soler din. Yung pinakita mo, galing sa Soler yan.
Mahirap pong sabihin ako. Pero ito
Hindi, saan kinuha yun?
Pati oras po. May oras po eh.
Okay.
May date po. February 5 po.
Okay. Sige, tuloy mo.
Sinong kumuha ng picture?
Ako po.
Ikaw?
Opo.
Marunong ka talaga. No?
Sige, tuloy niyo po. Tuloy niyo po.
Opo. Na-deposit po sa junket na po, tapos kumain kami.
Sino kayong kumain?
Kami ni Konkon po, tsaka si Maya.
Si Maya, si Konkon at ikaw kumain.
Oh, sa Korean restaurant po, sa Kiwa.
Kiwa.
Opo.
Korean restaurant sa Soler din yan?
Opo.
Okay.
Tapos po, February 9, ako po kumuha sa bahay ni Konkon na 100 million cash pesos.
February 9,
Opo.
100 million pesos cash.
Opo.
Sa bahay nino?
Ni Konkon po.
Konkon Bautista ng Philrem.
Opo.
Okay.
At 3 million dollars po.
So, 100 million pesos
Tsaka
and $3 million dollars,
Opo.
all in cash.
Opo.
Okay.
February 10 po, kumuha po ako ng $2 million po sa bahay niya.
Yung 2 million, ano yun? Dollars?
$2 million po, tsaka 100 million pesos po. February 10 po.
100 million pesos.
Opo. February 14 po, kumuha ko ulit ng isang 100 million po. So, total po, 100 million sa Soler, 300 million sa bahay niya, tsaka 5 million US dollars po. Cash.
So, 400 million cash.
Hindi, yung 100 diniliver sa Soler.
100.
300 million kinuha ko po sa bahay niya.
On
Tsaka
3 dates. On 3 dates. Anong date yun?
9, 10, 14.
9, 10, and 14.
Opo.
Okay.
Tsaka 5 million dollars po cash.
5 billion. Tapos kailan yung anong breakdown ng 5 billion? Kailan mo kinuha yung, sabi mo may 3, may 2, ganun ba yun?
Opo, isang February 9, 3 million. February 10, 2 million dollars po.
Okay.
Ito pong umpisa ko to, itong dollars po, kasi yung 300 million kinuha ko, na-deposit sa junket. Itong dollars po, gusto kunin itong mga junket, si Gao at si Ding, medyo dun nag-away na ho kami. Kasi po, ang gentleman agreement, walang kukuning cash. So wala ho sa rules eh. So nung kinuha ho, kaya naging 4.63 million yung natira ko sa isang junket po, yung nasabi ko, dahil nag-aaway na po kami. Kinuha niya 370,000. So nagagalit na po ako eh. Kasi wala akong usapan, kukunin cash. Kasi itong negosyo namin, usapan lang eh. Yung tiwala eh. Eh sabi ko, niloloko nyo ako. Sabi ko, talon nyo muna lahat ng pera, nasa Soler, tsaka nyo na lang kunin to. So kaya naiwan po yan, na 4.63 million dollars po.
Okay.
Opo.
Naiwan saan?
Sa isang junket po, sa Soler, naka-safekeeping po.
Hanggang ngayon, nandyan pa.
Nandiyan po, and gusto nyo, sabi ko nga, kung gusto nga dalhin dito eh. Sabi, pahirang sa akin na abuta ko, masama po yun.
Mr. Chair, ano lang, just to inform the public, marami nagtatanong ano ba yung junket operator? Ano yung junket player? At ano yung junket na binabanggit mo? Ano yung, paki-explain ka nga mabuti.
Opo. Ang junket operator po, katulad ko po, sa Cagayan Economic Zone po, Eastern Hawaii Leisure Company Resort with a casino license. Ang junket operator po, ibig sabihin po, kailangan sa iyo ang dealer, sa iyo ang player, lahat ng junket operator, ibig sabihin kailangan foreigner. Hindi ho pwede local na local na tao po, hindi pwede po maglaro. Bawal po. Lahat po kailangan manifest. Opo. Opo. Katulad po dun sa Sule po. Lahat po yan. Kung sino po naglaro, lahat naka-manifest. So, kung sino-sino po.
Money first.
Money first. Show the color, gano'n.
Hindi, manifest
No,
yung
no,
passport.
money first. Manifest, ano?
Manifesto. Kailangan ipakita yung passport bago maglaro po. Sorry po, mali yung mga Tagalog ko. Pasensya na po. Sorry po.
Okay, tuloy niyo po. Tuloy niyo po.
Mr. Chair, may we ask him to spell the word manifest or money first? Ano?
Manifest po. Yung passport po, ipapakita po muna.
So, yan, ang spelling niya, M-A-N-I-F-E-S-T.
Makamali pa.
Attorney Toto.
Your Honor, it is M-A-N-I-F-E-S-T, manifest.
That's what I said. Thank you.
Okay, manifest.
Opo, eto po, anytime pwede nyo kunin. Yung sinasabi nyo po, yung wala po ako, at sabihin ko po pala muna, baka akala nyo po nasasakitan ng po ako. Ito po, isasabit ko po sa committee na matagal na hindi pa ako na-executive check-up. So, ito po, may appointment ako sa Singapore na 14, May 14, 15, 16, 17. Ito po yung katunayan ko po. Tapos pwede nyo din i-check, yung mag-ina ko po, nasa Hong Kong, matagal na po nakabook, pinundahan ko po. Para i-submit ko lang po sa iyo, baka, di ba?
Okay. Okay, thank you, thank you. Tuloy niyo yung kwento niyo. You were explaining yung junket. So, hindi pa na kompleto yung junket.
Opo, yung
para
junket
malaman ng
po,
tao.
ang junket operator po, like Sule po, meron po sila mga 14 junket operator po. Like say, yung si Mr. Ding Ho, dumating po, ang tawag po dyan, junket agent lang, o casual junket. So, may dala siyang player, wala ho siyang pwesto. Hindi ho siya gumagaso, nagsusundo, lahat po. Hindi ho pareho sa amin na operator po sa Midas po, tsaka sa Cagayan Economic Zone po. So, magkaiba po.
Tapos anong ginagawa ng junket para malaman ng mga tao? Maglalaro sila?
Hindi po. Tiga-convince lang player sa China kasi kailangan foreigner eh. So, kailangan i-convince mo mga player para pumunta po lang Pilipinas. Tapos, pag junket po, in dead chips, para may commission ka, pag naglaro ang player, dead chips to light chips. So, may commission po. Ang base po sa batas ng PAGCOR is 1.25 ang allowed ng PAGCOR. Yung kita po, bawat ikot po. For example, tumaya ka 1 milyon, nalayo 1 milyon, meron po 1.2 po. Right po.
Okay. So, yun na ba yung kwento niyo po?
Opo. Kasi po, yung sinasabi po yung kay Sui Kang, ano? Wei Kang Su, iisang po player lang po maliit yun. Kasi sinabi ko po, kay Philip, tatanggapan ko lang 100 million lang po yun eh. Pang-cash lang po yun. Kaya lumabas yung malaking Sui Kang po. Si Ding po tsaka si Kao, sila po talagang malaking player po. At sila po talagang dalawa gumawa nito.
Clarification.
Opo, kasi si Kao, matagal ko na po siya kaibigan. So, ito si Ding, hindi po. February 4 lang ko na-meet siya. So, ang pinagdiniwalaan ko si Kao. Eh, hindi ko alam na sinasabi factory, lahat na namin pera. Hindi ko po alam po.
Okay. At this point, before we let the other senators ask questions, Miss Salud Bautista and Mr. Concon Bautista, no? You represented that Miss Salud, you represented that you delivered the cash to a certain Wei Kang Su. And you undertook to this committee to show us the transactions, all receipt of transactions. No, wait. Okay. You still have some submissions which are pending. Okay. You have not yet complied, so please comply. We'll send it to you. We'll send you the request.
Yes, Your Honor.
And make sure you comply it before the next hearing, huh?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's start off. We'll ask the senators to ask their questions in order of appearance, no?
Mr. Chair, just
Senator Osmeña?
some administrative. May we take a look at those photos you brought, Mr. Wong? I-submit mo nga sa committee secretary.
Okay, at this point, Mr. Wong, the chair will start off with the questions. Mr. Wong? Mr. Kim? Okay.
Opo, sir.
Okay. Sabi mo dala ni Concon Bautista on February 5, 80 million pesos cash. Paano yun dinala? Mabigat-bigat yata yun. Paano niya dinala?
May kasama po siya tao.
Tao niya.
Opo.
So, paano nadala? Bagahe?
Hindi po, parang nasa kahon. Yung parang box, papel ng box.
Okay.
Karton po, karton.
Okay.
Opo.
Tapos, yung kay Miss Maya Digito, paano
Sa pagkaalala ko po, pagpasok po ni Maya, mga 7:40 o something po, o 7:45, sabi ko, Maya, mabigat. Hindi ko po alam yung driver ko po o yung tao ni Concon tumulong ibaba po. Pero pinapahanap ko po yung affidavit, di ba, yung nagbali siya, kung sino nakakita sa kanya sa... Hindi ko kasi nagtatago po ako kaya hindi ko pa natrabaho yung mga kailangan ko.
So, sa makatuwid, I'm sure tinanong mo na yung driver mo kung tumulong ba siya.
Hindi ko pa natatanong, hindi ko nakakausap kasi takot ako sa mga driver, baka machismisan ako eh. Never ko pa nakausap ang tao ko hanggang ngayon.
Okay, sige. So, sa pagkaalala mo, walang third party ang nakakita o meron bang?
Palagi ko meron po. Pagka ni-request siguro sa CCTV ng Soler, lahat po yun. Makikita po.
Saan kayo nagkita?
Pagpasok po sa VIP lounge po.
Okay, Soler.
Opo.
Soler, I'm sorry, I can't see your name. There's a glare.
Attorney
Benny
Secretary
Tan.
Benny Tan.
Yes, Attorney Tan. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
You would have a CCTV for that.
We have, Your Honor, but following the regulation imposed by PAGCOR, it has a period after which it is automatically erased.
Was it erased?
How long is the period?
How long is the period? And was it erased? Yes or no?
That period, particular period that Mr. Kim Wong is saying, Your Honor, is beyond
How long is the period?
PAGCOR rule requires 14 days, Your Honor.
Okay. So, suma total, was it erased? Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor. That particular period already erased, Your Honor.
Erased na. Okay. Mr. Kim, sabi mo kumain po kayo after that. Saan restaurant ito?
Sa Korean restaurant po. Sa
Okay. Yung Korean restaurant, may mga tao doon. Meron bang kilala nyo na nakakita sa inyo?
Siguro po. Kasi sir, kung mabigyan lang ako ng pagkakataon, hindi ako hinaharas ng ganito. nire-raid yung bahay ko, nilalagay yung kahon ng bahay ko, nagtatago ako, hindi ako makapagtrabaho. Kung bigyan niyo ako free hand, kukunin ko po lahat ng affidavit ng tao at maisasubmit ko po sa inyo.
Bakit? Ano ba nangyayari sa
Kasi-
inyo? Pakisabi lang sa committee, anong harassment
May
nangyayari?
warrant po, dilala, ang mukha ko pinakikita, 20 sila ng NBI. Legitimate daw, okay. Bakit mukha ko?
NBI?
Opo.
Saan
May warrant
pupunta?
po. Atong ikaw lang magpaniwalag. Alam mo yun.
Okay, Attorney Toto, please, circumstances, so that we will know.
With the permission of the Honorable Chairman, Your Honor, sometime last Holy Wednesday, certain elements claiming to be members of the NBI went to several addresses, which were the addresses of the offices or residence of Mr. Kim Mong. They presented a search warrant in the name issued by a certain judge. We want also later to submit this in Malabon. But the search warrant is addressed to Wen Liu, Wenliu, but the address is the address of Mr. Kim Mong, and the pictures that they showed were the pictures of Kim Mong. And what was alarming, Your Honor, is on the very same day, a box, sealed box, was delivered to the house of Mr. Kim Mong. The box allegedly came from RCBC, and the name on the box, sealed the box, was Kim Mong. The alleged LBC delivery man was riding in a motorcycle, was not in the uniform of LBC. So the maid in that house questioned immediately, bakit hindi naka-uniform yan? Tsaka bakit Holy Wednesday? At tsaka bakit may mga NBI operatives? Nasa labas. So we felt, Your Honor, that somebody was trying to plant evidence against Mr. Kim Mong, so that if that box was, again I'm speculating, if that box was received by the maid, these NBI or these people claiming to be NBI operatives would immediately serve a search warrant in the name of Wen Liu, but with the picture of Mr. Kim Mong. That is
I'm
why-
sure at this point in time, you've already checked with the NBI if those operatives were legitimate or fake.
Sabi po nila, legitimate po. Nasa news kagabi. Legitimate pa po, pero mukha ko naman po.
Wala. Ibig mong sabihin, iba yung
Pwede po
pangalan.
matestify lahat ng driver, katulong, masahista. Ano po?
Okay.
Sa bahay ko po, may tao po kami at minomonitor sila. Tsaka meron pa po napunta, may mga picture po. Wala ko kung oras po magtrabaho. Kasi gusto ko lang po magsalita
Sinasabi
nito.
niyo, Mr. Kim, kung matanggal lang itong harassment, makakuha kang ebidensya para masuportahan itong sinasabi niyo.
Sana po. Tsaka hindi ko po alam kung ano mangyayari sa akin dahil maraming reasons po. Kasi po, yung dalawa po kalaban ko dito ngayon,
Sino po?
yung kabilang side, hindi nakatanggap ng kulang ng pera. At dito side naman ng kalaban ko naman pulo, hindi ko alam. Kaya medyo malaki problema buhay ko ngayon. Okay lang po yun.
Okay, balik tayo doon sa restaurant. Wala bang nakakita sa inyo, nakilala nyo, para masabi mong, oo, wala bang witness?
Sir, gagawin ko pong paraan. Bigyan niyo ako ng konting time. Next hearing ko, makikita niyo po siguro lahat ng affidavit po.
Okay.
Sino nagbayad?
Yung sinasabi niyo po sa restaurant, kung nakita sa
sa restaurant.
Opo.
Sino nagbayad nung kinain nyo?
Ako po.
Ay, sayang.
Pero po, naka-charge po sa Soler.
Okay, Mr. Kim, sabi mo, on several occasions, kumuha ka ng cash sa bahay ni Juan Bautista. Di ba?
Opo.
Anong kulay yung gate nila Concon Bautista sa bahay?
Hindi. Pag-isip ako. Side door po, side door, parang gray yata ho. Pero yung pinto niya, pagpasok sa bahay, kahoy po.
Kahoy. Okay. Pagpasok niyo sa bahay, yung front...
Hindi ka pa po makatawid eh. Kasi may tubig po eh. Ito, kailangan pumasok ka dito.
May tubig.
Oo, may
Parang pond.
opo.
Okay. Pumasok ka sa bahay.
Opo.
At saan kayo nagkita sa bahay? Sa
Balcony po.
Sa balcony. So open air.
Opo.
Anong pakidescribe yung tsura ng balcony?
Mr. Chair, instead of going through those details, can we ask Mr. Kim Wong, may picture ka ba na kinuha sa loob ng bahay?
Mr. Chairman.
Hanapin ko po. Baga sa susunod na hearing na lang po.
Mr. Chairman, we can just ask Mr. Bautista if he's denying that Mr. Wong was in his house. Do you concur or do you deny that Mr. Wong was in your residence during those dates, Mr. Bautista?
Yes. Mr. Bautista?
Yes, I confirm that he was in my house.
On those days that he said,
I have to check my records on the exact dates.
you have records of people who enter your house?
No, I mean, well, he was there for a couple of times. I just want to make sure and submit it to you, the breakdowns.
But you have records of people who enter your house?
No, not the records of the people who entered my house, but the dates that he was there.
So you confirm he was there? Okay. Senator Soto?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Numerous questions we have for Mr. Kim Wong, but during the last hearing, I was able to frame my questions towards a very nagging issue. And right now, Mr. Kim Wong has brought up the issue again, the issue of the PhilRem. You know, it seems that PhilRem has a starring role in this controversy. So, during the last hearing, and the chairman already mentioned this, you committed to submit to the committee the records of PhilRem, particularly on the amounts earned by your company in this $81 million transaction. So, have you submitted the records already? Last time, you committed to submit. Sabi nyo yung initially, you said 50 pesos per transaction. Then you clarified that certain financial transactions, you get a handling fee of 0.25%, no? Or 1/4 of 1%, something like that. Have you submitted this already?
Not yet, sir.
When
But I can submit it to you because I
No.
already gave the figures of 10,474,654.
You said 10 million as what? Handling fee?
Yes, sir.
What exactly is a handling fee? What do you mean by handle?
Handling fee, sir, is it's a type, yung transaction po namin na ginawa. So that comprises the conversion and the handling fee.
Marami po kasi nagtatanong, bakit if there are withdrawals that are going to be made in certain dollar accounts or peso accounts in a certain bank, like in this case, the RCBC, at dadalhin sa casino. Bakit kailangan dumaan sa inyo?
Sir, in all honesty, hindi ko alam bakit kailangan pa dumaan sa amin. Tinawagan lang ho kami ng RCBC branch manager.
So therefore, you're saying that it's Miss Digito, branch manager, who contacted you and asked you to remit.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tapos, ang sabi sa inyo, isa sa mga remittances o remitter is William Go.
Sir, yun po ang sinabi niya na kliyente niya.
Sinabi niya on the phone.
Yes, Your
Do
Honor.
you have any proof of these instructions? You're
Wala
talking
ho,
of
over-
hundreds of millions of pesos sa telepono lang.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to, kasi pagka nagtatransact po kami, Your Honor, ako, I make it a point that I get credited first before I actually talk. Like you said, the funds have been credited to my account, so clear ho yung funds na na-credit sa amin kasi galing ho sa kliyente nila sa RCBC.
So yung nagre-remit si Mr. William Go,
Opo.
sinasabing Mr. William Go at sinasabi ni Mr. Go na hindi siya yun, Hindi nyo nakausap.
Hindi po.
Yung branch
Your Honor.
manager ang nagbigay
Yes,
sa
Your
inyo
Honor.
ng instructions.
Opo.
Okay. Kausap mo on the phone si Miss Digito. How can you be so sure na si Miss Digito yun? Have you had dealings with her before?
Yes, Your Honor. At saka, siya ho ang nagsasabi kung magkano yung i-credit sa account po namin. Inaantay lang po namin yon. Ang branch po namin, Unimart, hindi ho sa Jupiter. So, pag nag-check po kami ng account namin, nandun, sa Unimart.
So
Opo.
you previous dealings with Miss Digito already?
Opo. Yes,
Alright.
Your Honor.
And then, puro over the phone.
Yes, Your Honor.
How did you meet? How did you know that it was her?
Your Honor, from before pa ho kasi, kilala na ho namin si Ms. Digito.
Paano nyo nakilala?
That time, she was still with iBank. And then she transferred to numerous banks. Merong export, may East West. So from time to time, she would call para magpa-remit or mag-convert, ganun po.
Iba-iba ang halaga nito mga transactions na to.
Iba-iba po.
Kasi laki pa nito mga pinapadala ngayon o maliliit lang?
Meron pong malaki naman po.
Saan yan? Mga bank, bangko rin, casino din?
Hindi po. Sa account din po sa RCBC.
Alright. In your statement last time, you said you delivered to Mr. Wei Kang-shu.
Yes, Your Honor.
Paano nyo dineliver yung Mr. Wei Kang-shu? May resibo ba kayo?
Sa ano po? Sa Soler po.
Sa Soler. Apparently, walang Mr. Wei Kang-shu.
Hindi, meron po. Actually, nung nag-deliver po ako, madami ho silang Chinese na nandun.
Paano mo na-identify na si Wei Kang-shu yun? Sino nagsabi, ano itsura? May litrato ka? May...
Binigyan lang po ako ng cellphone number ng branch manager. Tawagan ko, tapos i-meet ko siya doon.
So, balik sa branch manager. Yung branch manager na naman ang nagsasabi.
Sir, lahat po ng instructions po namin galing po sa branch manager. Kasi siya po ang...
Ang kasasabi pa lang ni Mr. Kim Wong ngayon, ay hindi si Wei Kang-shu ang pinagbigyan ninyo eh. Ang sabi niya, si Mr. Bautista nag-deliver, hindi ikaw eh.
Hindi, nandun po ako.
Ha? One time nandun ka?
Opo.
Ano yun? Magkano yung deliver mo?
Yung 90 million po. Nung February 5 po.
Yung una,
Opo.
90. Akala ko 80.
90 po.
90. Kanino mo binigay kay Wei Kang-shu?
Kay Wei Kang-shu po.
At alam mong siya yun.
Binigay niya po yung passport.
Tinakita yung passport niya. So, anong resibo mo na tinanggap? Meron kayo resibo na tinanggap niya?
Kasama po sa mga isasubmit po namin sa inyo.
Kailan kaya? Dahil last week, 2 weeks ago, or last week, pinangako ninyong sasubmitin nyo eh. Pati kopya ng passport ni Mr. Wei Kangshu.
Opo,
Pwede
sir.
nyo bang isubmit ngayon?
Sir, actually yung copy po ng passport na kasama po yun dun sa report namin sa AMLA.
Concerning these transactions, may mga diniliver, may kinuha si Mr. Kim Wong sa bahay ninyo. Meron ba kayong mga tinransmit na mga konektado dyan sa abroad?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Wala.
Wala po.
Sigurado kayo na ang AMLAC walang makikita na may tinransmit kayo?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Alright. That's on record. Alright. Now, have you had dealings with Mr. Wei Kangshu before?
Wala po, Your Honor.
So you did not know how he looks like. You just relied on the passport and the telephone number that you were given.
Opo, Your Honor. Pag nagde-deliver po kami ng door-to-door, ganun din po ang nangyayari
So,
sa amin.
kaya hindi alam ni Mr. Kim Wong yung unang yon. Ang alam niya yung kay Mr. Bautista ang nagde-deliver.
Hindi ko po alam, Your Honor.
Mr. Wong, alam mo ba yung unang delivery na 90 million?
Hindi ko po alam yun.
So, meron talang Wei Kangshu.
Wei Kangshu po, isang player po lang Midas. Medium player lang po sa Midas po.
Hindi sa Soler.
Hindi po. Walang Wei Kangshu pag binuksan niyo yung Solar record po.
Ano yung sinasabi ni Ms. Bautista?
Sabi ko po sa inyo kanina po, yung Wei Kangshu nga, natatanggap po lang 100 million lang po para sa player lang yan. Yung 100 million. Binigay ko po sa kanila yung picture ng passport po.
Mr. Tan? Mr. Benny Tan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Meron bang Mr. Wei Kangshu?
No, we've corrected. My error was during the first hearing, Your Honor, was identifying Wei Kangshu as the recipient of the funds from PhilRem. That was a mistake, Your Honor. I mistook him for another person, Your Honor. Honest mistake. I'm sorry about that.
So, who were you pertaining to?
The funds were remitted to the account of Ding Ji Si, Your Honor. Among the 18 persons that he allowed to play the non-negotiable chips, there's another person named Wei Kang Zhang. I made the mistake of thinking that they were one and the same. That was a mistake.
Who do you think is the person being referred to by Ms. Bautista?
We checked Soler record, Your Honor. We have no record of Wei Kang Shu.
Maidas, meron?
Mr.
Maidas.
Mr. Chair, may I, just to help you, is there a representative of PAGCOR here?
Yes, Mr. Manalastas.
Mr. Manalastas, PAGCOR operates the casino at Midas, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you then answer the questions that were directed by Senator Soto? If you have a Mr. Y. Kangshu there.
We have a we sublease a junket operations to Midas Prime Investment Piki, yeah, Korean Incorporated. Attorney Nepomuceno here represents the group.
Ms. Nepomuceno, you heard the question.
Your Honor, I believe that if and when Mr. Wei Kangshu has played in the Oriental casinos in Midas, Then he has been pre-qualified by Eastern Hawaii to play.
So there's such a person on your records.
I believe, Your Honor, if he has played, I do not have personal knowledge. But if he has played, we have submitted actually a photocopy of his passport to the PAGCOR representative in Midas Casino. So we can
Who
actually check.
in the Midas Casino knows Mr. Wai Kang-su personally?
I believe, Your Honor, it's Mr. Wong should
Yes,
know.
Mr. Wong said yes, but who?
Apart from that, Your
Inside
Honor,
casino.
the PAGCOR representative or the PAGCOR branch manager assigned to the Midas Casino should have the records, Your Honor.
What is his name?
Mr. Ray de Guzman, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Chair, I move that Committee Secretary invite Mr. Ray de Guzman.
So ordered, Comsec.
Ms. Bautista, at any point, did you or any of your officers not be suspicious of these transactions na ang lalaki? Were there no red flags raised?
No, Your Honor, because when you talk about casino and cash, it makes sense if they're going to play in the casino.
So you do not have any systems or processes of guarding against money laundering?
Your Honor, we do, but in this particular case, the money came from an account in RCBC that was transferred to our account in Unimart, and all my disbursements were allowed by the RCBC Unimart branch. I do not see any problem with the transaction because everything has been cleared.
Mr. Chair, may we just have the
Senators,
may we have the name of the manager at your RCBC Unimart branch?
Her name's Pinky. I forget her family name.
You must.
Maybe RCBC may be able to.
Her name is Pinky Makaalay.
Makaalay. May we invite her to the next hearing, please? Committee
Could
Secretary.
you produce her at the next hearing? Thank you, RCBC. Senator Soto.
Yes, thank you. Naalala ko the last time as Ms. Digito said that it was Kim Wong who instructed her to use your services at PhilRem. Yun ang sinabi po niya eh. Mr. Wong, ganun po, yun po ang sabi dito ni Ms. Digito. Kayo daw ang nagsabi sa kanya na gamitin ng PhilRem. Totoo po ba yun?
Hindi po totoo yun.
At saka
Actually
nung
po, sa totoo po, magkakilala po kami ni Konkon sa mga papunta pag-repair ng kotse. Pero po, pagpunta niya po sa Soler, sabi niya, nagpatulong lang po si Maya sa kanya, tinutulungan niya lang po. So sabi ko, ano ba yan? Ako yung PhilRem. Kasi yung tinatanong sa kanya Soler, hindi pa ako siya dumarating sa Soler, dumating na po yung pera eh. So sabi ng Soler Treasury, PhilRem ang nagpadala. Hindi ko po alam, ano ba yung PhilRem? Antayin natin, darating yung magpadala.
So before that, hindi mo kilala yung PhilRem?
Kilala ko personal si Konkon. Ang PhilRem kumpanya, hindi ko po alam.
So hindi mo maaaring masabi kay Miss Digito na gamitin yung PhilRem dahil hindi mo alam yung PhilRem?
Hindi po.
Meron din sinabi si Miss Digito rito na nung sinasabi mo daw at tinatawag mo na patating yung mga pera, ang sabi mo daw at sabi raw niya, bilib ako sa'yo, alam mo Tapos ang sagot mo raw, alam mo kasi ni Lorenzo yan, sabi ko sa'yo Sinabi mo ba yon?
Hindi po. Sa totoo lang po, PMB time, more than 20 years ako kami makakilala. Hindi ko po tinatawagan yan, hindi minsan.
Si
Kasi malaki respeto ko po sa kanya. Hindi po yung totoo. Tanong po sa kanya. Sa mga party lang, nakikita, minsan-minsan na, pero never ko po siya tawagan.
So hindi totoo yung sinabi mong alam ni Lorenzo yung transaksyon niya, sabi ni Miss Digito?
Paano po kami mag-usap? Hindi po kami nag-uusap po.
Ni Miss Digito, ni Maya?
Ni Mr. Lorenzo tampo.
Yung si Maya?
Wala po ako sinasabi sa kanya po.
Yeah. Mr. Chair.
Question.
Yes, Senator Enrile.
Mr. Kim, doon sa, nung pinakinggan namin si Maya, sabi niya, kayo daw, ikaw, at saka si Mr. Jason Go, at saka si Mr. Tan, Lorenzo Tan, ay may Thursday Club. At nagkikita kayo halos linggo-linggo. Nagkikita kayo, magkakaibigan daw kayo eh. Totoo ba?
Hindi po totoo yun. Hindi ko po alam yung Thursday Club. Hindi.
At,
Sir, sandali po, sir. Sorry po. Hindi po ako mahilig sa sosyal. Hindi po, never po. At marami tao pwede po mag-identify sa akin yan. Hindi ko hilig po mag-party, lahat. Wala akong hilig dyan.
at saka sinabi niya na kaya niya hindi na tinanong yung kanyang mga bosses sa RCBC dahil nga kaibigan mo si Mr. Tan at sinabi daw sa kanya ni Mr. Tan na bahala ka sa kanya. Alagaan mo siya. Ikaw.
Wala po nangyari yan. Kailaman. Tsaka, hindi naman siguro walang ethics, di ba po? Hindi imposible po. Pagkatao ni Mr. Tan, hindi naman siguro nun po. Wala po. Sa totoo lang, hindi po nangyari yung kailaman po.
Okay.
Hindi totoo yun.
Hindi po totoo po.
Okay. Just to
Senator Soto.
wrap up, Mr. Chair. Just one or two questions. Kasi po, sa PhilRem, based on the flow of the funds, as reported, it appears that the entire $81 million stolen from the Bank of Bangladesh, or part of what was really stolen, ended up in your dollar account. Dumaan po sa inyo, no?
Opo, Your Honor.
Confirm that. Now, the four initial payee accounts, Mr. William Go, at yung apat na account na sinasabi, 5 bali, being questioned by media and the banks, they are fictitious or fake. On the other hand, ang undisputed account lang talaga dito, yung account nyo. No? Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. And then I heard that, I don't know if this is true, the AMLAC would be able to say that. I think all of the personalities that have already been mentioned concerning this issue, their accounts were frozen by the AMLAC. Ang account nyo ba frozen ng AMLAC? Hindi.
Hindi po, Your Honor. Dumaan lang po
Kayo
sa
na lang ang
amin.
hindi frozen sa involved dito. Lahat involved.
Hindi, pero yung sa RCBC account namin frozen.
RCBC account lang. Kasi, under these circumstances, kaya I'm airing the side of some people also in the banking industry. Can you tell us why we should not think that you are a major player in this anomalous or irregular transaction, Ms. Bautista?
Your Honor, sorry po. Can you repeat the question?
Anong pwede nung sabihin sa amin para hindi namin maisip na kayo ang major player dito sa transaction na ito at saka irregular transactions na ito? Anomalous and irregular transaction. Kayo ang nasa gitna eh. Kayo ang dinaanan ng lahat ng pera aside from the branch manager.
Sir, tinawagan lang po kami ng branch manager. Yung account po namin, sana na lang hindi na kami tinawagan at hindi namin nakuha tong transaksyon na ito. Kung ganito lang po palang stolen pala ho yung money. If you will check our records, lahat ho ng bangko, mga kliyente po namin, lahat pinagkakatiwalaan po kami. Alam ho nila, for a fact, na hindi kami magta-touch ng anything na illegal, Your Honor.
Pero sabi ninyo, wala kayong process eh. Wala kayong tinanong ko kanina kung ano ba system ninyo o proseso ninyo para ma-identify ninyo ang being laundered na pera, na transaksyon. Sabi niyo, wala eh. Tapos
Sir,
sabi niyo ngayon, ayaw
Hindi, sir, ano naman po kasi po galing na po sa bangko Galing na po sa account holder nila ng bangko. Kaya yung KYC
mga
po
fake ho yung account holder eh.
Sir, hindi po namin alam. Sa totoo lang ho, pag kayo ho nagbukas ho ng account, napakahirap ho magbukas ng account.
So
We relied on the KYC of the bank. Because
wala kayong sariling KYC, yung bangko lang nare-rely kayo sa KYC.
hindi po. Pagka ho, ang kliyente ho namin bangko, nagre-rely kami sa KYC ng bangko. Pero ho, pagka personal naming kliyente, meron ho kaming procedures. Kumuha kami ng ID, inaalam namin kung anong nature ng business. Meron po kami.
Alright. Anyway, Mr. Chair, I am not satisfied with the answers. No, I will await the records that they should have submitted 1 week ago. I want to look at these receipts and records and all that before I recommend anything to the committee. So I will give the floor back to you, Mr. Chair. And
Okay, thank you. One administrative matter before I give it to Senator Recto. The one we called for Maidas, what was the name again, Ms. Nepomuceno? Attorney Nepomuceno?
Mr. De Guzman, Your
Mr.
Honor.
De Guzman represents
Yes.
what entity?
Pagcor, Your Honor.
Pagcor. Mr. Manalastas. Pagcor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. De Guzman, when he comes here on Tuesday next week, he should give us proof and a definitive answer whether or not Mr. Wei Kang-su, number one, exists and is a regular player at Maidas. I don't want any answers na we will look into it, we will check our records. I want a yes or no, and I want proof of records. Is that clear?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's very important because Mr. Kim Wong said that Wei Kang-su is not a player at Soler. And Soler said they don't have, am I correct, Mr. Benitan, that there is no record of Mr. Wei Kang-su?
That's correct, Your Honor. Wei Kang-su is not a player in Soler.
So now we have to establish if Wei Kang-su is in fact a player at Maidas. Okay, Senator Recto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Mr. Wong, paano mo nakilala si Maya, yung branch manager?
Nung pupunta po ako, bumibili ng kotse kina Jason, nakikita ko siya doon.
Okay, so through Jason Go.
Hindi po. Yung shop po yan eh. So nakaupo ko doon, tinitingnan ko kotse.
Tama.
Nandun siya. O, sabi niya, mag-open ka naman account. Mag-open ka account. So,
Okay.
para may customer. So nakapagbukas ako isang account sa East-West po.
Okay.
Tapos sabi niya, lumipat na po siya ngayon sa RCBC. Kulit ng kulit palagi yung sa akin.
Tama.
Opo.
Okay. So magkakilala kayo ni Maya, may mga common friends kayo, si Jason Go ang isa. And then si Mr. Lorenzo Tan, magkakilala kayo. Kaibigan din ni Mr. Tan si Jason Go, if I'm not mistaken. At empleyado din itong si Maya. Okay? Kilala mo ba si William Go?
Kakilala ko po.
Kakilala mo rin?
Opo.
Si William Go. Okay.
Pero 10 years na po, 8 to 10 years, hindi po kami nagkakausap.
Okay. At mabanggit mo rin kanina sa testimonya ninyo na meron kang isang kaibigan na Mr. D na player mo sa Soler na natalo ng 450 million. Tama ba yan?
Hindi po Mr. D, Mr. Gao.
O, Mr. Gao.
Opo.
Okay.
Sorry po.
Okay.
Opo.
So, ito yung natalong 450 million player mo.
Opo.
Okay, sa Soler.
Opo.
Okay. So, dito nag-umpisa yung lahat.
Opo.
Okay. Hindi mo alam kung ito si Mr. Gao may kinalaman sa hacking.
Hindi po.
Okay. So, ang basta sinasabi mo, para maliwanag dito sa testimonya natin dito,
Opo.
nag-umpisa to, gawa na may 450 million utang sa inyo.
Ni Mr. Gao po.
Ni Mr. Gao.
Opo.
Okay. At sinabi niya sa'yo, tulungan mo siya magtayo ng account.
Hindi, sabi niya po, mag-open po siya ng account.
Tama.
Opo.
Okay. And then suddenly, in your office, si Maya, may kasama ibang tao sa labas, nag-usap kayo ni Mr. Gao at si Maya para mag-open ng account.
Opo.
Okay? So yun.
Pero ako lang po nag-translate po. Kasi ang dami hong sinasabi mo yung kailang cooperation.
Naintindihan ko. Ako sinisimple ko lang yung pagkaunawa ko dito.
Opo.
So ikaw ang nagpakilala kay Mr. Gao kay Maya.
Opo.
At magkakilala naman kayo ni Maya dahil nagkakilala kayo nung unang panahon ba with Jason Go, so on and so forth. At sinabi mo rin, matagal nang hinihikayat niya na magbukas ka ng account doon, naghahanap siya ng negosyo. Tama?
Opo.
Okay. So, eventually, nakapagbukas ng account. At ang claim mo, wala kang kinalaman sa pagbukas ng account. Yung 5 account.
Wala po.
Okay? Pinakilala mo lang.
Opo.
Okay. And then, nung araw ng February 5, tumawag ka kay Maya at inaabangan ninyo yung perang padating.
Opo.
Dumating nga yung pera.
Opo.
Okay. Hindi kaya nakakapagtaka, Mr. Kim Wong. Dumating ang 81, inakasama ba $81 million o $1 billion ang darating?
Sabi niya, malaki pong pera darating.
Sabi nino?
Ni Ding po, ni Gao.
Ni Gao?
Opo.
Nabanggit niya sa iyo na $1 billion.
Hindi ko, kasi, alam mo po sa casino, pag hindi dumating pera, hindi in-honor. Malaki lang po. Opo.
Okay. At may utang siya sa iyo ng 450 million. Yun ang sinasabi mo, di ba?
Opo, opo.
Okay.
450 million po.
Okay. Minsan hindi niya nabanggit sa inyo na nagbukas na sila ng account kasama ni Maya. 5 account. Minsan hindi niya nabanggit sa iyo.
Sino po? Sino po?
Si Mr. Gao.
Nabanggit niya po.
Nabanggit niya
Opo.
na nakapagtayo na siya ng account kasama si Maya.
Opo.
So alam mo na may account na siya with Maya.
Alam ko po.
Okay.
Hindi naman po pwede magsinungaling po.
O nga. So alam mo rin na 5 account na tinayo.
Opo.
Narinig mo na rin yung mga pangalan ng mga account.
Hindi ko po alam.
Hindi mo alam yung pangalan ng account.
Miski sabihin sa akin, hindi ko po alam mga yun.
Nabanggit ba niya sa iyo na $1 billion ang papasok?
Sabi niya, sobrang laki. Hindi ko lang po alam. Kasi hindi ako naniniwala eh. Kasi maraming beses na marami na gano sa casino, hindi ko namin talaga alam kung gaano kalaki.
Okay.
Opo.
Pero ini-expect mo more or less $1 billion.
Hindi, parang sini lang po yun kasi nasa isip ko eh.
Parang sine naman talaga yung nangyayari dito ngayon eh. Ha? Okay. Idiretso natin ha. So, ang plano na ginawa base sa dokumento natin, lahat dadaan sa RCBC, $1 billion. Ang nakalusot, 81 million na hinto. Doon sa 5 account, pero 4 lang yung nalagyan ng pera. Okay? Lahat ito, hindi kaya kayo nakakapagtaka na yung 4 na account na 81 napunta sa isang taong kakilala mo, William Go. Sa account ni Maya, sa branch ni Maya, na yung may pangalan ng account, William Go. Nakakilala mo, hindi ka nagtaka doon. Hindi nakakapagtaka yun.
Nakakataka po.
Nakakataka. Okay.
Opo.
Tapos, nabanggit nyo, kilala mo rin si Concon Bautista. Kilala mo rin si Concon Bautista?
Kilala ko po.
Paano mo nakilala? Kay Jason Go din.
Hindi po, sa kotse po, sa auto sports, paggawa ng kotse.
Kaya nga, di kay Jason Go.
Hindi po.
Ibang
Auto
car.
sports, yung gumagawa ng kotse po.
Ibang shop naman yon.
Ibang shop po.
Hindi shop ni Jason Go.
Hindi po, hindi po.
Pumupunta ka doon sa talyer na yon.
Madalas po.
Mahilig ka rin sa kotse.
Opo.
Okay. Si Jason pumupunta din doon.
Hindi po. Bentahan ng kotse ka na, ito gawaan po.
Okay, tama. Okay, sige. So, pagkatapos nun, pumasok yung 81 million. Pagkatapos nun, yung 81 million napunta naman sa PhilRem. Kakilala din ninyo. Kakilala mo yung nagpasok ng pera, pinakilala mo sa isang branch manager, may pumasok na pera, inaabangan ninyo, pumasok nga naman yung pera. Pumunta yung pera sa isang kakilala mo na dinidinay niya na siya nagbukas ng account. Okay? At yung perang yun, pumasok naman sa PhilRem na kakilala din ninyo.
Pwede po ako sumagot?
Ang tinatanong ko lang, kung...
Hindi, pwede po ako sumagot para mapaliw. Okay.
Oo nga.
Nandito po
Tinatanong kita,
si...
pwede kayo sumagot.
Opo, nandito po si Firem. Tanong ko ba, nakausap ko pa siya tungkol dito sa pera o hindi? Nandiyan
Mamaya
po
ko
siya.
tatanungin yun.
Opo. Tanong niyo po kay William?
Mamaya, huwag mo sasabihin sa akin kung kailan
sorry
ako
po.
pwede magtanong.
Sorry po. Sinasabi ko lang po.
Opo, sinasabi ko rin sa inyo.
Opo.
Okay, let me continue. Okay. Pagkatapos nun, napunta sa PhilRem, yung pera, siguro sa oras na ito muna, para maging maliwanag muna sa RCBC naman. Lumalabas dito na ang PhilRem nagpalit ng pera. Patanungin ko na muna ang PhilRem nga naman pala. Miss Bautista, nung pumasok yung pera sa inyo sa Unimart account, at ang pinag-uusapan natin dito kanina, mga cash, 600 million, 18 million dollars, ang unang sinabi mo. Ang sabi ni Kim Wong kanina, may nawawalang 17 million dollars thereabout. Meron testimonya si Kim Wong na ganun eh. At may dalawang kaaway daw siya ngayon eh. Okay? Saan kayo nagpalit ng pera? Yung dolyar na pumasok sa inyo, nagpalit kayo ng cash eh. Nagpalit kayo ng
Sa
cash.
treasury po ng RCBC, nagpalit kami ng pera.
Nagtatanong ako, saan kayo nagpalit ng pera? Sa treasury ng RCBC?
Opo, Your Honor.
Magkano pinapalitan ninyo sa treasury ng RCBC?
Ang total po, 61 million. Iba-ibang araw po.
Okay. 61 million iba-ibang araw. At may araw dito na lumampas hanggang February 10, kung di ako nagkakamali. Tama ko ba yun? Di ba? I'll get to that. Yeah, partially, yeah. Okay. So, 61 million, nagpapalit kayo sa RCBC, and then let me give RCBC, then I'll get back to you, Ms. Bautista, para makumpleto natin yung pangyayari. Well, maybe RCB, will you be able to answer this question if you did transact with PhilRem? And they're admitting to it anyway.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, you did. Did you have any indication that this was the same amount of money coming from the...
No, Your Honor.
No, no one whatsoever.
The trade that was done February 10, there was some indication,
There was some indication.
but it was not very clear what the role was at that point.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. No, because the reason why I asked this obvious question is because there was already a request from the Bank of Bangladesh na kung pwede i-hold ninyo. That's why I wanted to give you the opportunity to answer. Why did you continue to transact? Kung alam na ninyong posibleng from an illegal source.
Well, at that point, Your Honor, we had no strong indication or even the possible involvement of PhilRem in the...
Okay. Thank you for your
transaction.
response. So, you confirm 61 million?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Balik tayo, Miss Bautista. 81 yun. Nasaan yung 20? Kung 61 ang tinansakto sa kanila.
Your Honor, yun po yung cash deliveries namin.
Yung 20 million na balanse. Yun ang sinasabi niya. Sige. Let's move forward, So, magkano yung palit ng 61 million? Nung pinapalitan niyo sa RCBC, magkano yung pesos na nakuha ninyo? So, mula dolyar, naging peso to, di ba? 2.906 billion ba ang sagot doon?
Parang 2,895,000 more or less.
Sige, give or take na. A few. Ang kalkulasyon ko, 2.906 eh. Pero sige na, 2.9 billion. Ang pinag-uusapan dito, kulang-kulang 4 na billion eh. Medyo accounted for na natin yung 2.9, yung almost 3 or 4 billion. Yung 2.9 naman, 1 billion, tinelegraphic transfer nyo sa Eastern Hawaii Leisure Corporation. Tama ko ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, bank to bank.
Opo, Your Honor.
Mula RCBC,
Unimart.
Unimart branch, papuntang Eastern Hawaii Leisure Company.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kilala ko ba ninyo sino yung may-ari ng Eastern Hawaii?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Hindi nyo kilala?
Hindi po, Your Honor. Nung
Hindi
time na
kaya
yun.
yung tao na sa kaliwa ninyo na 4 na hakbang sa inyo?
Your Honor, nung time na yun, hindi ko po alam.
Hindi mo alam. Ngayon alam mo na.
Alam ko na po
Okay.
ngayon.
Mr. Wong, kayo ba yung may-ari ng Eastern Hawaii Leisure Company? Kayo may-ari?
Opo.
Tama to, 1 bilyon na natanggap ninyo dito.
Opo.
Okay. So, sinabi ninyo kanina, ito po, parte na to ng bayad sa iyo, dun sa 450.
Opo.
Parte na ng bayad sa inyo to.
Yung 450 something million po, yun ang pambayad po sa akin. Tsaka yung 550 ho, sinabi ni Kao tsaka ni Ning, yun idararo doon sa... Idararo po nila sa Maidas po. Opo.
Okay, sige,
Opo.
thank you. Okay, total sa Maidas na to, para ikumpleto ko lang yung istorya, nandito naman yung Pagcor. Pagcor kayo operator ng casino sa Maidas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Kung magkakaroon tayo ng anti-money laundering, isasama natin yung casino. Ito ba si Kim Wong, makukonsider niyo yung ano, ang tawag doon, yung suspicious character? Ano sa tingin ninyo?
Under what conditions po?
Hindi, tinatanong kita.
No,
I want to understand. If you are a casino operator, yan ang problema sa inyo. Pagcor, you are a regulator and an operator at the same time.
Yes, sir.
Para may mali ata doon, di ba? Why are you operating casinos when you're also a regulator?
Well, yun yung mandate nung aming the law that created Pagcor.
Meron akong panukala na baguhin na yan eh. Okay, anyway, having said that, kung kayo subject kayo sa money laundering, masasabi mo ba lahat na nagkakasino dun sa VIP junket operations ninyo, lahat yun suspicious character? O hindi?
Hindi po. First, if I may, Your Honor, anybody who enters the casino,
Yung junket operations na pinag-uusapan na,
Yes.
hindi yung mass market
even junket operations, anybody who is enrolled in the junket play is known to the operator. So all funds, all monies that you will be bringing in.
So hindi lahat yun suspicious character that you will report?
Hindi po. Because all accounted for yung kanilang check-in money or front-end money, as what you call
got
it.
it. So, tingin nyo, regular talaga natatalo ng 400 million, 500 million. Hindi nakakapagtaka saan nanggaling yung pera ng mga yan.
As far as losses nila, it's a regular thing. And in fact,
No, ako tingin ko kasi lahat ng mga naglalaro ganyan, suspicious character eh. Mr. Wong, kayo ba pwede makapunta ng China?
Ako po?
Nakakapunta kayo ng China?
Hindi pa ako pumupunta ng China po.
Hindi pwede?
Hindi ko po alam.
nakakapunta?
Pwede niyo po pa-check. Hindi ko po alam. Pwede
Hindi
niyo
mo
po
alam.
pa-check.
Oo.
Opo.
Hindi mo alam kung bawal ka pumasok sa China?
Hindi ko po alam.
Okay.
Pwede niyo po i-check yan. Kasi negosyo po casino.
If you can go to China. Okay. Okay. So, thank you, Pagcor, for your reply, no? Okay. So, maliwanag of the 4 billion, 25% accounted for 1 billion, pumasok sa inyo, pumasok sa Maidas, linaro sa Maidas. May natirang pera pa ba dyan, Pagcor?
if you're referring to junket operations, I think the PIKI is more in a position to answer it because they are our
You're passing that. You are the operator and the regulator at the same time. And now you're telling me, I'm asking you. I'm not asking LRWC.
Kasi sir, ganito
No, my point is this eh. Mahalaga tong issue na to eh. Pang ilang hearing na natin to. Pagcor kayo. Nag-aral na kayo dapat dito. Ngayon tatanungin ko, sasayangin yung oras ko, Sasabihin nyo, sila ang sumagot ng tanong na to. May pera bang natitira? Ikaw ang tinatanong ko. Kung hindi mo alam ang sagot, sabihin mo, hindi mo alam.
Sir, can I explain muna kung how the situation is? Ano? We lease casino area from the Midas Hotel. Now, here comes a junket operator who wants
Mr. Manalastas, I understand how that operates. You think I did not study for this hearing?
No,
I understand how that operates.
It's just that, sir, that you
Have you
want...
submitted all the records to AMLA already? Have they contacted you already?
Yes, yes.
Have you submitted all the records?
We did.
Oh, did you read those records that you submitted to them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, may pera pa bang natitira?
As far as we know, there is.
There is magkano? Alam mo pala yung sagot eh. Oh.
Sir, you're referring to Midas, but what you can answer is sa Soler.
I'm sorry?
Sa Soler Casino ho ang alam namin.
Hindi, mamaya ako pa tatanungin dyan eh.
Sa Midas ho, wala kaming...
Ha?
Wala ho.
Walang natira?
Wala ho.
So,
We have no...
Can you
actually,
answer the
sir, we
question?
have no information regarding the Midas junket play. That's what I'm referring to.
okay. But you're the operator, but you lease it out. You sublease it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you submitted all the documents to AMLA. And hindi nyo natignan kung may natirang pera.
Meron po, sir, sa Soler.
Hindi nga Soler tinatanong ko sa Midas nga eh.
No, I'm referring to our report to AMLA, sir.
So wala kayo report mo sa Midas?
Wala ho.
Okay, thank you. Just answer the question directly para mabilis tayo. Kulang yung oras eh, di ba? Okay. Now, fill them. So 1 billion went there. How much did you remit to Soler?
Peso value, Your Honor.
Okay, pwede peso. All told.
1,365,000. Million pala.
Remit yun. Remit 1,365,000,000.
Yes, sir. Total, broken down ho yun.
Okay. And galing sa PhilRem yan.
Yes, sir.
Did you remit any money to Century Text Trading?
Century. Yes, sir. I deposited pesos to Century Tex.
You deposited how much to Century Text? $655 million?
Sir, 640,980,000. Tapos may
Thereabouts.
dalawa pa ho. Oo, may dalawa
Okay.
pa.
Okay. So from the same amount of money, from the $61 million, naging $2.9 billion, you remitted $1 billion, napunta kay Kim Wong, o at least yung kumpanya niya, nabayaran yung 450 niya, tapos napunta sa ilang casino, right? And then, you also gave $655 billion to Century Tex. Lahat ito, 3/4 of the money found its way in casinos.
Yes, Your Honor, all of it.
Diba? Not all of it, 3/4 pa lang eh. Ha? Na maliwanag na galing sa bangko that went through the banking system. 3/4 went to the casino. 2.9 billion roughly of 4 billion. Maliwanag went to the casino na. Okay? And then, nabanggit nyo in the first two hearings. First hearing, sabi nyo 600 million lang ang na-deliver nyo. Sa isang Weng Shai, ano pangalan nun?
Sorry, Your Honor. Yung report po
Weng
namin sa AMLA, kompleto po yun.
No.
Hindi lang
I'm
po
talking about here in the Senate. In the Senate, you said in the first hearing, you delivered personally and with the staff to a certain Weng Shai,
Weng Kai Su. It's 600 million pesos and 18
600 million pesos,
and,
right?
And 18 million.
No. In the first hearing, you said 600 million pesos. In the first hearing, you said, ang kinita mo lang, 500 pesos eh. Okay. One. Okay. In the second hearing, you said 600 million and 18 million dollars already. Okay? And you said all of this was delivered to Weng Wei Kai Su, whatever that name is. Now, Mr. Wong is saying that that is not true. Mr. Wong is saying that you only delivered what? Magkano? 80 plus 20 to Mr. Weng Kai Shu, whatever his name is. And yung balanse, siya ang kumuha sa bahay ninyo. Yan ang sinasabi niya. So it would appear to me, at that point in time, you were protecting the name of Mr. Wong. Now you were giving a different name. 600 million, I delivered it to this person. $18 million, I delivered it to this person. Hindi niya binabanggit si Mr. Wong. This other guy, who apparently, according to Kim Wong now, is saying that guy is low in the totem pole. And that there are other people involved who are the higher-ups. And, I'm bad with Chinese names, so please forgive me. Mr. What was that again? Mr. Gao and another one, right? Okay, and I'm glad that, incidentally, Soler, you have photos, you have the passports of all these people, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you do have a know your client rule in the casino, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
To that extent, huh? And you've submitted all of this to AMLA.
That's correct, Your
Does that
Honor.
prevent you from submitting any of this or everything you submitted to AMLA to this committee?
We have submitted a copy of our internal report that we submitted to PAGCOR. We've submitted it to the COMSEC, Your Honor, about 10:30
Because I'm sure that those pictures are leads also for foreign investigators, for the
We
Bangladesh
understand, Your
government
Honor.
later on,
Yes,
and
Your
to
Honor.
find out who these hackers are. Is there
Yes,
a lead
Your Honor.
toward that? Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now, so let me continue, Mr. Wong, so you're a junket operator in Eastern Hawaii or in Maidas
Opo.
and in Soler.
Opo.
Okay. Ilang kayo ang junket operator sa Soler?
Can I answer it, Your Honor?
Ano, I'm asking. O sige, pwede, sure. Mr. Benny.
Your Honor, there are two kinds of junket operators. A
Okay.
fixed room junket operator, they will have their own rooms,
Yeah.
they will have their own chips.
Okay.
And a casual junket operator, no fixed room.
Okay.
There are about 88 casual junket operators, Your Honor, and about 9 fixed room junket operators in Soler.
Sino
Your
yung
Honor.
mga lalaki dyan? Who are the big ones? Is Mr. Wong one of the biggest? Or is it the top 3, top 4? What is that?
Actually, Mr. Kim Wong is not a formal junket operator in the sense that he has no junket contract with us, Your Honor. We consider him a junket agent. He
Okay.
brings in people, he gets commission.
Okay. How much business does he give you in a month?
I'm sorry, I did not get that information. I don't have that information with me now, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Wong, gaano kalaki yung magnitude ng operation mo? Sa isang buwan, magkano tansya mo?
Sa Maidas po, umiikot po pera namin, hindi bumababa ng 7 billion.
A month?
Opo.
Galing mo, no? Sa Soler, magkano naman?
Sa Soler, hindi ko po masabi.
Hindi mo masabi. Mas malaki doon?
Hindi conforme sa player every month. Pero
so, what, 15 billion a month ka? 7 billion dito, 7 billion? 8
hindi,
billion,
umiikot
thereabout?
lang ho yun. Opo.
Gross mga 10 billion a month?
Hindi ko po masabi kasi
Hindi
hindi
mo masabi.
pantay-pantay. Pero billion po. Opo.
Okay. So, etong yung 1 billion na napunta sa Soler, rather sa Maidas, and then yung 1.9 na balanse, 1.6 na napunta sa Soler, more or less, magkano ba yung sa Soler?
I think 1,365,000.
1.3.
1.365 billion
Okay,
pesos,
so
Your Honor.
2.3 na ang maliwanag sa kasino na punta. Okay? Mr. Wong, masasabi mo ba dahil sa iyo rin itong 1.3 na galing sa PhilRem, napunta sa Soler, eh dahil sa inyo rin yun. Player mo rin yun eh.
Opo, pinakilala ko po.
Tama. Okay. So, may komisyon ka doon sa 1 billion plus the 1.3.
Yung pwede nyo po si tanong sa Soler, wala po akong commission doon. Diretso sila nag-check-in sa, ano tawag doon, yung treasury lang Soler, at diretso lang open ang account, yun wala po akong commission doon.
Teka.
Pwede nyo po itanong po sa Soler po.
Sige, naintindihan ko. Sige. Okay, anyway, the point is this, ha? Dahil sa isang connection mo na nagkautang sa'yo, pumasok yung perang ito, more or less 4 billion to, na-account na natin dito, more or less 2.3. Okay? Nasaan yung balance eh? Mr. Wong? Plus the 600 million, kasama na yung $5 million doon, di ba? Am I correct, Mr. Wong?
Ganito po.
Sige nga. May nawawalang pera pa ba?
May nawawala.
Meron eh, di ba?
Meron po. Tama po
sige.
kayo.
Okay,
Tama po
sige.
kayo.
Sige
Tama
po.
po.
Okay.
Okay. 1.3, di ba po? 1.365 billion plus 1 billion, di 2.365 po, di ba?
Yes.
Yung 100 million po dinala ni Maya tsaka ni Konkon plus kinuha ko po yung 300 million is 400 million po, di ba?
Okay, tama.
Opo. At yung $5 million po, nandiyan po. Tapos, di ba po, eto pong 2365, di ba, nandiyan na po sa Soler Maitas po. Yung 400 million na cash, di ba, yung 100, 400 million. Tsaka yung $5 million, yun ang palang equivalent to 600 million something po.
Tama.
Tama
So
po.
may 17-18 million dollars pa.
Opo. Yung $17 million po, yun ang sinasabi ko po, na kila Konkon po.
Nasa PhilRem pa rin.
Opo.
Okay. Kasi, tama, may 81 million na natanggap ang PhilRem, may 61 na pinalitan ng pesos, eto tinelegraphic transfer lahat-lahat. Meron nga naman talagang natitira. Konkon, meron ba kayong alam na AWAL? AWAL. Na meron $10 million.
Yun yung nagpalit ng cash. Yeah, he's a client.
He's a client. He's a client. Who gave instructions naman na bigyan mo sila ng $10 million? Si Maya din.
No, well,
So wala nang kinalaman si Maya dito.
sir, first of all, I'd like to deny what he's saying. That 17 million is with us. We delivered everything.
Okay.
And on the $10 million that went to Awal, we actually converted that to all to cash, to which we also used to deliver to them.
To whom?
To them. To Wei Kang-shu. And them. For those players.
So, siguraduhin mo, to
No.
Mr. Kim Wong or to Wei Kam-shu?
They were together, sir.
They were together.
Yes, sir.
So in all the deliveries, they were together.
Yes, sir.
That's what you're claiming.
Yes, sir.
Pero sinasabi ni Mr. Wong, may nawawalang 17, 18.
I delivered everything, sir. I did not keep a single centavo that we did not, was not meant for us.
Okay. So, pero tama, meron awal. What about work week? Di ba tinanong ko to nung first hearing? You have a company named Work Week?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And there's 1.65 million there.
Actually, sir, a portion of the difference of the 81 million, we actually bought for ourselves, for our own business. So, on the conversion of the requirements that we needed on certain days. So, if you will check our report, we actually converted a few amounts into hours.
And that's what we use for our daily transactions.
So more or less, yung kinita rin ninyo, parang ganon.
Sir, if you will read our complete report, we basically earn just on the conversion. So we paid a certain rate and we traded it with Treasury with a certain
Yeah.
rate. And that's the only thing we earn.
Yeah, unless hindi nga ninyo na-deliver yung 17-18 million
Sir.
dollars. Unless, ha? Basta sa sinasabi nila. Anyway, what about yung YXR trading?
Yes, Your Honor. A client of ours also.
But that came also from the PhilRem Unimart, $81 million.
Yes, Your Honor, pero hindi po siya related transaction. Ano po yun? Regular transaction po namin yun.
Okay. Kasi maliwanag kasi yung 61 pinalitan yung 20, wala eh. But you're claiming that now you're changing your testimony from the first hearing that you said everything was delivered to Wei Kang Su. And then none of you wanted to mention the name of Mr. Wong. It would appear to me. And now you're saying we delivered it to both of them. And in some instances, they picked it up from our home.
No, sir. Dineliver namin kay Wei Kang Su. That was the instruction of the branch manager.
Yeah, we heard that already. Yeah. Okay. At lahat kayo magkakilala. You all know each other. One way or the other. And I don't expect any of you to say naman that, hey, we knew that this will come from an unlawful activity. Hey, we knew that this will be from a, what do you call this, from a heist job or from a cybercrime or a hacking. I don't expect you to say that, but you know, the facts are the facts. Pinakilala sa isang tao to open account. Accounts were open, money came in, money went to Mr. Go, went to PhilRem, went exchanged in RCBC, remitted to Mr. Wong, remitted to casinos. There's a portion not in the casinos. 25% is not the casinos. Naisip ko lang, baka commission naman yun. Okay, anyway. Finally, to Pagcor. Since we're talking about AMLA, payag kayo mapasok ang casino sa AMLA.
Yes, sir.
Diba? Okay. That makes Pagcor, if you're operating casinos, you're both a regulator and an operator. Di ba nakakapagtaka yun? That you regulate your own self? Pwede ba yun?
From the private sector, from the private investors, it is quite a
anomaly.
I guess, sir. Yeah.
Okay, so that's good. At least we have that on record, no? BSP is just a regulator.
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't operate a bank, except the BSP itself.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right? Okay. And so what is your recommendation? Do you have a recommendation for AMLA purposes? A threshold amount? Or suspicious transaction lang? Or
Sir, in the lower house, we've been participatory in providing inputs for the bill, for the House Bill 60.
Oh, sige, just submit that na lang to the committee.
6182, sir.
Oh, sige, just submit that
The threshold here is about 4 million.
4 million?
Yes.
Okay, so that's your recommendation. Oh, sige, finally, one last question with RCBC. One last question. Nung nagpapalit ng pera ang PhilRem sa inyo, roughly 400 million and $5 million, according to Mr. Wong. I'm sorry, 61 million pinapalitan into pesos. A large amount was telegraphic transferred. Magkano yung cash na withdraw nila? Baka yun ang sagot para kung sino nagsisinungaling.
Your Honor, we can't discuss specifically the PhilRem account. We were not given a waiver from Ms. Bautista.
Oh, PhilRem. magkano ang withdraw ninyong cash sa RCBC?
Sir, I have to check lang my records. I'll submit it to you in the next hearing. Totoo po, promise.
But you withdrew dollars and pesos.
Yes, Your Honor. In
In-
different banks as well.
No, from the Unimart.
Meron
branch.
din po, Your Honor. Kailangan ko lang humakuha yung eksaktong figures namin. Breakdown.
Tansya mo, magkano kaya? On PhilRem lang? O on Unimart lang? 100 million?
Your
Or-
Honor, hindi ko masabi. I will check.
Okay, so finally, RCBC, it would appear to me, several days to, di ba? When you gave it to, how many days pala? You delivered it to Mr. Wong and to
February 5 to 13.
so 8 days. Okay. 8 days. And then there were dates kanina given. Okay. Just for protocol, ang bangko ba, magkano ba ang cash ang available sa isang branch?
Your Honor, it depends on the size of the branch. It could be 5 million for medium-sized.
Unimart.
Probably around between 5 to 10.
5 to 10.
Yeah.
So kung may mag-withdraw ng 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 million, walang perang ganun yung branch. di ba?
Normally, the branch will request from the cash center.
And the cash center is where?
In this
Head office?
case, probably the head office.
Head office.
Yes, sir.
And how much cash would the head office have?
That could be a lot, Your Honor.
Magkano, tansya mo?
It can actually reach
A
500 to a billion.
500 to a billion. Okay. But hindi ba kayo magtataka din dyan if, for example, someone were in one branch would request cash na 400 million and $5 million? Nakakapagtaka ba yun?
Well, for certain clients, that's not really unusual, especially if these are money changers.
Na withdrawal.
Yes, sir.
And pag PhilRem, hindi nakakapagtaka yun.
We really cannot speak without the waiver from Ms. Bautista, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the time that you've given me. I hope that we were able to clarify the events also here, how they looked, at least in my eyes. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Recto. Next to ask question is Senator Juan Ponce Enrile.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have very few questions. I just want to understand how this whole thing began. Mr. Kim, when were the $5 accounts opened? Kailan ba binuksan yung mga $5 accounts? 500.
May 13, 2015.
2015.
Opo.
Ngayon, bago binuksan yung 5 account yun,
Opo.
Picache, Vergara, Vasquez, Cruz, and Lagrosa. Di ba? Di ba?
Opo, sa ano po yun, sa kay Kao po yun yung sa junket ko po, opo.
Nung May 13, 2015, 5 account yung binuksan, di ba?
Opo, nung junket player ko po.
Ngayon, dito nasa record namin, binuksan sa pangalan ng 5 tao. Picache, Cruz, Vergara, di ba? Lagrosa, and Vasquez. Alam mo ba yung mga pangalan na yon?
Hindi ko po alam.
Hindi. Pero alam mo na 5 tao. 5 account. Hindi rin.
Sila po nag-usap Hindi ko po masyado.
Sino sila?
Si Kao po tsaka si Maya, sinabi lang yung ikaw na di ma-account po. Opo.
So, ang nag-usap para mabuksan yung account, na limang account, noong May 13, 2015, ay si Degito, Maya Degito, at saka si Hua Gao.
Opo.
Ngayon,
Nandun lang po ako.
oo, nandun ka. Doon saan kayo nag-meeting noon sa opisina mo?
Doon po mismo sa office ko sa Maidas po.
Ha?
Sa Maidas po.
Sa Maidas?
Opo.
Opisina mo?
Opo.
Bago dumating yung araw na yon na nag-usap kayo, paano nangyari na pumunta si Mrs. Dequito, si Maya, doon sa Maidas, at ganon din si Mr. Gao para mag-usap kayo. Ano ba ang nagsimula niyan? Paano lumitaw yung pagbubukas ng mga account na yan? Kung pwede mong istoryahin sa amin.
Opo. Matagal ko po na tinanong kay Maya kung pwede mabuksan ng account. Pag dumating itong pera ko, sabi niya pwede. Sabi ko, iseset ko sila para mag-usap.
Bakit mo tinanong yon kay Maya? Anong nag-udyok sa'yo o dahilan na tinanong mo yung question na yun kay Maya?
Kasi po, palagi niya akong kinukulit na magbukas sa mga account sa RCBC. Sabi ko po sa kanya, meron ako pong guest, junket po, may utang sa akin. Kung gusto mo, ipakilala kita para magbukas po ng account.
Bakit si Mr. Gao tinanong ka kung paano magbukas ng dollar account sa Pilipinas?
Opo, tinanong niya po ako. Sabi ko, hindi ko po alam kung paano po.
Hindi mo tinanong kay Mr. Gao, bakit mo gustong mag-open ng dollar account?
Sabi niya po una, kasi magpapadala siya sa akin ng pera raw para pambayad po. Tapos, yung una po pagkasabi niya sa akin, may malaki lote siya sa Beijing, ibebenta para ipadala po sa akin.
May lupa siya sa Cavite?
Hindi po, sa Beijing po. Sa Beijing, China po. Malaki lote niya po doon.
Ganon.
Opo.
Ngayon, nung nag-meeting na kayo noong May 13, 2015, doon sa opisina mo, ikaw, si Maya, at saka si Mr. Gao, napag-usapan na ninyo na magbukas ng account.
Opo.
Kayo. Si Mr. Gao, marunong ba mag-Tagalog, mag-Ingles, o...
Nakakaintindi konti English, pero ako po nagtatranslate po.
Kaya ikaw ang naging translator?
Opo.
Nag-uusap sila ni Maya?
Opo, tinetranslate ko po.
Sa Makatwid?
Pero nakakaintindi ko konti English po.
Alam mo kung ano yung pinag-usapan nila sapagkat ikaw ang translator?
Opo, sir.
Kayo. Anong purpose ni Mr. Gao na magbubukas ng dollar account dito? Ano yung intindi mo doon sa usapan ni Maya at saka ni Mr. Gao? Bakit niya kailangan magbukas? Dahil magbabayad siya ng utang niya sa'yo? O dahil gusto niya magdala ng pera upang magsugal sa Pilipinas?
At sabi niya po sa akin, bebenta niya lote niya para makapagbayad sa akin at saka matagal na po, kung na po siya junket, tuloy-tuloy po negosyo namin po. Opo.
Negosyo ninyo?
Opo, dito po sa Maidas po, tsaka sa Sule po. Naglalaro din po siya, may dala din po siya player. Matagal na po siya, 8 years ko na po siya kilala po.
Sa Makatwid, si Mr. Gao ay kliyente mo
Opo.
sa sugal.
Opo.
Matagal na.
Matagal na po. Tsaka nagdadala din po siya ng player po.
At meron siyang utang sa'yo, ganun ba?
Opo, kasi naglaro siya one time po sa Soler. Kasi ano po, junket siya, tsaka sugaro po siya eh.
Oh.
So naglaro pa sa Soler, pwede niya yung pa-check po sa Soler po. Ang pangalan niya po, na nakapagtalo po siya ng 450 million po.
Yun ang limit niya.
Ang limit niya po sa akin.
Sa mga casino ba, may mga limit yung mga players ninyo kung magkano ang ibibigay ninyo sa kanila na credit para magsugal?
Opo, meron po limit. Ang limit niya po sa akin, 500 million po.
Ang credit niya sa'yo,
Opo.
ang limit niya 500 million.
Opo.
Natalo siya ng 450 million.
Opo. May record po yan. Pagka pinakuha po sa Soler ho, para maiprensa to, maipakita sa inyo, yun po katotohanan po.
Yung talo niya na 450 million ay hindi niya nabayaran.
Hindi po. Yun ang utang ko ngayon sa Soler.
Pero ikaw nagbayad.
Hindi pa po. Yung dinuhulog-hulog ako po sa Soler. May record po din ng Soler.
Sa Makatwid siyang may utang sa Soler.
Hindi po. Ako po. Ako po may utang sa Soler. Kasi ako po kumuha ng pera, pinalaro ko po siya. So ako po ngayon may utang sa Soler. So, nung hindi ko siya nagbabayad, ako po yung dahan-dahan naguhulog sa Soler. Minsan 100 million, minsan 20 million. Lahat po, kinaga po sa akin.
Oo.
Nung dumating po itong na ito, yung 1B, na pinasok po sa Eastern Hawaii, nag-withdraw po ako ng 200 million. Binayaran ko din po sa Soler na 200 million. Kasi may utang po ako sa Soler. Kaya,
Doon sa 450, natalo niya na binabayaran mo sa Soler.
Opo.
Ano mangyari itong money laundering na ito? Magkano ang balanse na hindi pa nababayaran?
Hindi ko po nababayaran is 290 million po.
290 million.
Opo, sa Soler po.
Ayun. Nung si Mr. Ding Zing Z.
Opo, sir.
Ano naman napasok ito?
First time ko lang po siya na-meet sa Soler po, nung pinakilala sa akin ng February 4 po. Sabi ho sa akin
February 4 nitong taon na ito.
Opo po.
Ngayon, before that, bago doon sa pagkakilala mo, hindi mo pa siya nakikita.
Hindi pa po. Tsaka, pwede ma'am siguro po i-check sa immigration po kung kailan po siya dumating.
Oo nga.
Opo. Hindi ko pa po nakikita po, sir.
Hindi mo pa nakita siya nung maliban doon sa araw na yon.
Opo, sir. Opo,
Okay.
sir.
Sino nagpakilala sa iyo sa kanya?
Si Mr. Gao po.
Si Mr. Gao.
Opo, yung matagal ko ho, junket po.
Ngayon, bago nung May 13, 2015, na nag-usap kayo ni Mr. Gao kasama si Maya tungkol sa pag-open ng account, gaano mo nakatagal kilala si Mr. Gao?
Mga 8 years na po.
8 years na.
Opo. Tuloy-tuloy po. Kasi po, minsan po, August last year, nagtanong po ako kay Maya, paano ba po makapag-titi lang dollar? Sabi niya, kailangan kumpanya po. So sinabi ko kay Mr. Gao, kailangan kumpanya po para makapagdala po lang dollar po sa Pilipinas. Sabi ko sa kanya, kailangan kumpanya po.
Ngayon, doon sa 8 years na yun, nagsusugal na siya.
Nagsusugal po, nagdadala po ng player, may record po tayo. Meron po ako record. Pwede ko po isubmit po.
Ngayon, ano ang highest ang limit niya nung primero na makilala mo siya?
Ang primero po, ang highest po niya, mga 200 million po.
200 million?
Opo, ang credit line niya po sa akin po.
At nagsugal siya. Kung natatalo, nagbabayad siya.
Opo, regularly po. Kasi po, may junket din po siya sa Macau po. Ito si Gao. Kasi bumagsak na po ngayon, di ba, mahina na casino po sa Macau. Kaya po siya pumunta dito. Pero dati po, may junket po siya sa Macau.
Ngayon, alam mo na nagbabayad naman siya ng utang sa iyo sa kanyang mga pagkatalo.
Opo, opo. Eh, ibang case po. Palagi o, may transaction pa ho kami. May transaction pa po.
Ngayon, hindi mo kilala kung ano ang negosyo niya na bakit kaya napakalakas magsugal dito? Anong negosyo nito sa
Sir, kasi po, nagdadala po siya ng player. Ang negosyo po niya, yung casino din po.
nagdadala ng player?
Opo, opo, marami po. Regularly po kami. Matagal na po.
Nagdadala ng
player? Kaya lang, minsan lang po siya nagsugal. Nagsusugal din siya konti, pero majority po, marami siyang player.
Okay.
Opo.
Ngayon, nung ipinakilala siya ang nagpakilala sa iyo kay Mr. Z.
Ding po, yung CC. Opo,
Mr. Ding.
Opo.
Ngayon, anong sinabi niya na ipinakilala sa iyo si Mr. Ding?
Sabi niya po sa akin, may papadalang pera po, mag-i-invest daw dito. At meron po kami agreement, lahat ng pera ay dadali dito, hindi nila ikakash at lalagay sa casino para magkaroon ng junket.
Si
agent po.
Si Mr. Ding,
Sigaw na
Mr. Gao, Mr. Ding, investor.
Opo, na magdadala ng pera at may commitment, basta numating pera dito, hindi po isusugal.
Hindi isusugal.
Opo. Ay, isusugal po, hindi po kukunin cash po. Sorry po.
Ngayon, hindi sinabi sa iyo na si Mr. Ding sugaro din.
Marami na po siya player. Nagdala na almost siya 20 plus player po eh. Nagdala si Ding ng 20 plus player po eh.
Nagdala si Ding?
Opo, sa Sule po, ng 20 plus player.
20
plus o. Alam po ni Mr. Tad po.
Your Honor, our record shows Ding brought in 18.
How many? How many?
18. 1-8, Your Honor.
1-8, sir.
Nagdala pala po siya 18 players po.
Did Mr. Ding was he a player in Soler?
No, Your Honor. He was introduced by Mr. Gao and another...
Mr. Gao?
Yes, Your Honor. And another long-time player, Wang Xin. Wang Xin.
Yes, that was the name given.
Yes, Your Honor.
And was that the first time that he was brought into Soler?
Our record shows Ding signed up with one of the junket operators in January, Your Honor.
January of this year?
Yes, Your Honor.
That was the first time?
That's correct. Ding, yes.
You do not know the background of Mr. Ding?
No, Your Honor.
Ngayon, nung binuksan yung apat na account, hindi mo alam yung mga pangalan.
Hindi po.
Sino nakakaalam kayo doon sa mga account na yun? Si Mr. Gao o si Mr. Ding?
Si Mr. Gao po. Si Mr. Gao po.
Si Mr. Gao?
Opo.
Paano ko nalaman yun?
Kasi hindi ko po, di ba ako po nag-interpret kay Maya, kay Gao. Wala pa ako si Ding. Si sa first time na na-meet ko po sa Sula is February 4 po.
Alam mo ba kung noong ipinakilala mo si Maya de Quito kay Mr. Gao noong May 13, 2015 hanggang doon sa February 4 bago dumating yung pera kung sila ay nag-uusap tungkol doon sa mga accounts na yun. Sila, ibig sabihin, si Maya at si Mr. Gao.
Isang beses po, nagkita po kami ulit noong December 8, 2015 po. Kasi po, sabi ni Mr. Gao sa akin, magbabayad na po siya sa pesos.
Ha?
Magbabayad na po siya sa pesos.
Oh.
So, sabi ko, Maya, baka pwedeng pumunta ka sa Suler nung December 8 po ng gabi, mandang gabi po.
Oh.
So, nag-usap sila. So, sabi ni Mr. Gao, kay Maya na, baka pwede po, magbukas din ng account na peso. Kasi nandito na yung pera, ipapadala na ng peso.
Hindi mo alam na may contact si Maya at saka si Mr. Gao.
Hindi ko alam.
After May 13, 2015 hanggang February 4, 2000.
Hindi ko na po alam. Yun na nga isa ho, nakita ko, nag-usap sila, kami po, na sila po ang nagbukas ho ng peso account noong December 8 po.
I have not.
Thank you, Senator Enrile. The next, well, Senator Coco is not around. Senator JV Ejercito.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just have a few questions for Kim Wong. Ang sabi ko kasi ni Ms. Maya Digito, ikaw daw ang buksan yung mga account. Muli ay pwede bang marinig mismo sa inyo na totoo ba ito? Hindi.
Hindi po.
At ang sabi rin po ni Ms. Digito, ang pagdinig ay kayo daw ang nagpakilala, no? Sa mga may-ari ng mga naturang mga nabanggit na account. Pinakilala daw siya, parang 4 na pangalan nito, no? Totoo ba ito o hindi? Yung 4 na may-ari ng account ay kayo daw o nagpakilala kay Ms. Maya Digito.
Yung wala po ang pinalo. Hindi ko alam kung paano yung spelling yun.
Siguro isang katanungan lang din, Mr. Kim Wong. Doon ho sa $81 million na nanggaling ho, na pag-aari ho ng Central Bank ng Bangladesh, meron ho pa kayong kinalaman sa pagpasok nito o bilang junket operator, siyempre ang habol nyo lang po, bayaran kayo doon sa pagkakautang o meron din ho kayong kinalaman doon sa $81 million?
Sa totoo lang po, wala akong kinalaban. Pero yung kasi po, sa casino, pag nagpunta, maglalaro, hindi ho namin parang tanungin parang insulto pa ho. So, ganito ang nangyari ngayon, nalaman na natin ngayon. Kaya ho, gusto ko tumulong na para maano itong tao nito. Ang gumawa ko nito.
Kasi madalas ho nabanggit itong nakaraang mga hearing ay parang lumalabas na kayo po ang parang tinuturo na isa sa mga mastermind dahil kayo po ang madalas na nag-utos na dito ilagay sa transaction na ito na kung magkano ilalagay doon sa mga naturang account. No? Yun ang nabanggit nung nakaraang mga hearing. So ano pong palagay ninyo? Bakit kaya kayo ang tinuturo sa anuman lang ito na bilang isa sa mga tingin na mastermind?
Hindi ko po alam yun. Ano po? Totoo lang po.
Kasi lumalabas sa Mr. Kim, parang ikaw daw ang nag-utos no, sa bawat transaksyon na nangyari noong mga araw na yun tungkol sa $81 million. Ay kayo po ang tinuturo. Kayo daw ang nagbigay ng instruction kung saan mapupunta at kung magkano ang kinakailangang marimit doon sa mga account na yun.
Hindi ko po talaga alam. Wala ako inuutos po.
At ang isa pa, no, total dito na rin si Mr. William Go, ay ang pagbubukas daw ng account sa pangalan ni William Go ay pinag-utos din daw ninyo. Totoo ba ito o hindi?
Nandito po si William po, hindi ko itanong. Di ba po? Hindi po ako nagbukas ng account ni William. Hindi ko po alam sino nakapag-isip doon, nabuksan. Nagkataon yan po. Ang laki ng problema dahil sinasabi ni Senator Rector, na ang dami kong kaibigan lahat. Ang dami ko po talagang kaibigan. Miski patapaw natin lahat, baka mapulot ko lahat.
Ang isa rin pong madalas na binabanggit ay kaya natuloy ang transaction na ito dahil sa tingin po ni Ms. Digito ay malapit na kaibigan ninyo si Ginoong Lorenzo Tan, na presidente po ng RCBC. Siguro gusto ko lang kung marinig ulit mula sa inyo, sa tingin niyo ba ay may kinalaman o may alam ang inyong kaibigan na sinasabing si Lorenzo Tan sa transaksyon ito?
Igagaransya ko po ng buong buhay ko, wala po siya alam dito. Si Mr. Tan po. Ako po magagaransya ko, sigurado po.
Sige po, salamat po. May tanong din ho ako, kasi noong nakarang hearing, gusto ko lang hulinawin, Mr. William po, ang sabi rin po ni Mr. Minister ito at ang ayon sa affidavit, pwede ko na rin muna tanangin, no, bago kayo. Andito na rin po si Mas Angela Torres, na siya po assistant manager ng Jupiter Branch ng RCBC. Ayon po sa salaysay ni Ms. Digito at ng ayunan niyo rin po, na meron 20 million na diniliro o sinakay sa sasakyan po ni Mr. William Go sa labas po ng RCBC Jupiter. Gano'n ko totoo ba ito o hindi?
Your Honor, hindi ko po masasagot yan kasi nag-file na po ng case sa akin si Mr. William ko.
So, ayaw pong sagutin dahil sa kaso, Mr. Go, please kasi po ang lumalabas, sabi po nung isang testigo, nung isang resource person natin, ay isinakay po ito sa sasakyan po ni Miss Maya Digito. Pero ayaw naman po sa kanila, ay ito daw ay isinakay sa inyo pong Lexus pa, sasakyan sa labas ng RCBC, Jupiter.
Your Honor, hindi po totoo yung sinasabi niya. In fact, nung withdraw ng 20 million, kinuha nila February 5 yung withdraw. At yung sa wala ko accountant, yun ang nasasabihin nung ako sa CBC. Nung kinuha yung February 5 yung 20 million, ang withdrawal din po, paid for sa signature withdrawal din. At the same time, pati yung mga ID na binirify ni Torres, ay hindi yung mga ID ko, hindi ko mukha. So siya binirify niya. At yung pagtanggap ng pera, fake din. At saka isa pa ho, Your Honor, wala naman ako Lexus na sinasabi niya dark gray na kotse. May Lexus po ako, luma-luma na. SUV na champagne po, light. Eh talagang malayo ang sinasabi niya tungkol sa 20 million na yan. Ito mayroong mga papeles dito na papatunay na piling po nila yung firma, pati withdrawal slip, sila hindi na nagbukas ng accounting. Fake din ang offering ng accounting. Lahat fake po eh. Sa sinabi ni Mr. Panirado ba yun? Under oath na malino sa kotse ni Maya Digito nilagay 20 million na yan. At may nabanggit din niya si Mr. Timo, may dinala na ako naman yung 20 million sa kotse dahil si Tito. Sa Soler. Maayos na siguro yun.
May tatanong lang po, Mr. Chairman. Just a few more questions to Ms. Attorney Julia Baquet of AMLA. Ms. Abad, as to your investigation, do you uncover new facts relative to this case since the last Senate hearing? At that was the last Senate hearing was March 17. So are there anything new regarding this case in that period?
Well, Your Honor, the AMLA's investigation is ongoing. Haven't terminated our investigation. But since our last hearing on March 17, the developments, the AMLA filed a criminal complaint against the Department of Justice against Mr. aka Kim Wong, and certain Mr. Ray Kansu.
Since you declared that the $4 accounts used in these transactions are fictitious, did you find out the real names of those pictures during your investigations? Because it was recently reported in the news, so I just read it, Attorney Bakay, that Attorney Abad, no? That that some pictures were employees of RCBC. Do you confirm this?
Well, Your Honor, we were not able to identify the true the identities of these persons who supposedly opened the 4 accounts. Because based on as I have stated earlier, the identification documents that were submitted turned out to be fake documents, and when they supposedly opened the accounts, they declared certain employers, but when we verified with this employer, they were not connected with these employers. So these are the information that we gathered, Mr.
Okay, the list, Mr. Chair, other than casinos within the ambit of the Money Laundering Act, what reforms do we need to would you suggest to give more teeth to the law, so that transactions or anomalies like this will be prevented in the future?
Well, I think everybody would agree that there's a need to relax the bank deposit law, Your Honor.
Okay, that's all. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Before Senator Bam, just a few questions sa AMLA. You filed a case against Mr. Kim Wong. It seems you filed a case against all those directly linked, no? Allegedly. I would like to at this point in time, allegedly. But have you filed a case against Kim?
We haven't, Your Honor. But as I have said, our investigation is still ongoing. We haven't terminated the investigation. And the AMLAC files criminal complaint, appropriate criminal complaint, as evidence would warrant. So far, since at the initial stage of our investigation, it already became crystal clear to us that it was, those persons whom we have charged against before the Department of Justice, it was already clear to us that they had committed acts that would constitute manslaughter. That's why we already filed criminal complaint against him. But as I've said, our investigation is still ongoing, and depending on the evidence that we will be able to gather, probably more criminal complaints will be filed against all those involved in this Your Honor.
Well, it seems your investigation still you have to still dig deeper, because the hole seems to be getting deeper and deeper. As you've seen today, Mr. Kim Wong is saying that the 18 million was never delivered. In fact, he's saying that there was no Mr. Wei Kang-soo at Soler. Whereas Tehran is saying they did deliver the 18 million to Mr. Wei Kang-soo. So we expect more action on your part in the next few weeks or days. Is Mr. Agarado here? Mr. Agarado, can you have the page? I'd just like to ask, ito yung kotse na picture na sinabit ni Mr. Kim Wong. Can you send it to him? Since you're a member of the branch, I just want, does that appear to be, I know you wouldn't say it with exactitude, but I would like to say, does that appear to be the car of Miss Maya Tequito?
Your Honor, ito po yun. This is her car, her Honda Jazz DR2685.
Okay, may tanong ako. Tignan mo yung plaka. Bakit parang Chinese yung sulat doon sa plaka?
Nalala ko po, nagpagawa daw siya ng, may binanggit po siya one time sa amin. Kasi sabi namin, ma'am, ba't ang ganda ng plaka nyo? Ng kakaiba yata, may Japanese character, parang gano'n.
Oo nga, iba eh. May mga character, sabi ko, hindi, di ba hulihin ka ng MMDA kung may mga ganyan?
Actually, this is her conduction number ng kotse niya, DR2685.
Okay, so you say this, you're saying it with certainty. I can see your body language. Please make it verbal.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you're certain that's her car?
Very certain, Your Honor.
Okay. I just have, can I have it back, please? The other last question is, Mr. Kim, this was taken February 5. Itong picture na ito.
Opo. Hindi, galing po sa Soler po yan.
Galing sa Soler.
Yung papasok po ng
Oo nga.
Maaari po, opo.
Oh, pero-
May date po dyan po, sir.
Yes.
Opo.
Oh, nakalagay nga February 5.
Opo.
Then tanong ko lang sa Soler, bakit at kay Mr. Kim Wong, sino makasagot, no? Kasi sabi mo, Mr. Tan, 14 days, burado na. Okay? So yung alleged dinner ni Maya, ni Quito, ni Concon Bautista at ni Kim Wong, sinasabi nyo, na-erase na. Okay, fine. Pero bakit naman meron February 5 na CCTV? I'm just wants an explanation.
Yes, Your Honor. I confirm that after 14 days, the system records over all the footages. I'm surprised, Your Honor, there's the first time I'm seeing this. We will surely investigate
Okay.
how it happened, Your Honor.
You yourself is surprised.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Kim, paano po ito? Sabi nila, by 14 days na, meron po kayong picture.
Nag-use lang ako sa mga sakit Soler po. Meron po din. Iba kasi po yan sa parking po yan ako. Hindi po sa nasin.
I see. Sa parking ito. Oo.
Po ng parking na po.
Oh, Mr. Tan, yung sinasabi mong 14 days sa gambling area yan.
I did not ask, but it should be limited.
Now, just find out, no? Kasi yung restaurant, yung gambling area, eating area yun. Baka naman iba yung hindi 14 days.
Honor,
Baka you can produce something next hearing. Okay, thank you. Senator Bokov, sorry. Senator Bakino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yung mga tanong ko po is really regarding how to get back the money to Bangladesh. Ikaw, hindi natin pinag-uusapan enough. Meron tayong pera tinakaw sa Bangladesh at kung paano ito magbabalik. So, let me begin with the seemingly contradictory stories of Mr. Wong and Mr. Concon and Senado. Magkano po yung naibigay sa inyo na cash ng PhilRem, Mr. Wong?
Total 400 million pesos. 5 million US dollars.
Okay. And Mr. Bautista, you had said previously it's 600 million pesos and 18 million dollars. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So may balance kayo na 200 million pesos and 13 million dollars. Roughly about 18 million dollars, no? Roughly, which is really yung balance natin. Senator Recto asked you before, kanino binigay yung 600 million pesos and 18 million dollars? Kanino po nyo binigay?
Camera 1, channel 2. Instruction po kay Mr. Wei Kamsu.
At binigay niyo to kay Mr. Wei Kamsu?
Camera 1, channel 2.
Ang hirap naman sagutin ng tanong.
Yes, Your Honor.
And all of that time, kasama ba si Mr. Kim Wong nung binigay niyo kay Mr. Wei Kamsu? Was he present when you gave the 600 million pesos and 18 million dollars?
Opo, Your Honor.
Then why didn't you mention Mr. Kim Wong's name in the last hearing when Senator Recto asked you point blank, kanino niyo binigay yung pera?
Binigay po namin yung pera kay Mr. Wei Kamsu. Siya po yung beneficiary ng transaction, hindi po si Mr. Kim Wong.
But Mr. Kim Wong was present.
Opo, madami po sila.
Sino pa yung mga kilala mo doon? Nakasama ni Mr. Wei Kamsu?
Hindi ko na ho kilala mga Chinese po
Si Mr. Wong, kilala mo?
Opo.
So you conveniently forgot to mention that Mr. Wong was present in the turnover of 600 million pesos and 18 million dollars?
Hindi naman po, kasi po yung beneficiary po ang pinag-uusapan mo natin. Okay.
Nabasa mo naman, by the time of the second hearing, Mr. Wong's name was quite popular already, no? Umiikot na, and I think that's why he's here, no? Para mapag-usapan niya mismo yung kanyang narrative. So alam natin yon, paulit-ulit yung pangalan na Kim Wong, and yet you still did not mention it during the last hearing. Tama po?
Kasi po, pinag-uusapan lang po namin sa remittance yung beneficiary lang po.
So you didn't feel it was important to mention that Mr. Kim Wong was present in the last hearing?
Madami din pa ho kasi ibang mga Chinese na kasama nung nag-deliver.
But obviously, Mr. Kim Wong is central to this conversation. Hindi nyo siya minention talaga.
Your Honor, hindi ho
Was it
namin
purposely na hindi mo siya minention or an honest mistake na hindi mo siya na-mention?
Sorry, Your Honor, wala naman ho kami sa investigation. So we were just instructed to deliver sa beneficiary. Yun lang po yung trabaho namin.
Okay. Sige, let me leave this point. But Senator Recto asked you point blank, kanino nyo binigay? And you said, Wei Kang Shu, which is right.
Yes, Wei Kang Su.
And then you refused to provide other information, which is that Mr. Kim Wong was present.
Your Honor, it was not asked before if
Okay.
Mr. Kim Wong was present. So
Okay.
I
So was Mr. Kim Wong present in all of the deliveries of cash?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was one of this done in your house?
Yes, Your Honor.
When Mr. Kim Wong went to your house, kasama ba niya si Mr. Wei Kang Shu?
Yes, Your Honor.
At may kasama pa siyang ibang mga players.
Madaming tao, Your Honor.
5, 10 people?
No, siguro mga 5 to 6 people.
At di mo alam yung pangalan nila. But they seemed like they're of Chinese descent.
Opo.
Okay. Mr. Kim Wong, sa mga panahon na pumunta kayo sa bahay ni Mr. Bautista and Mr. and Mrs. Bautista, kasama niyo si Mr. Wei Kang Shu?
Hindi po.
Sino kasama mo?
Ako lang po mag-isa.
So right now, sinasabi mo nagsisinungaling sila Mr. and Mrs. Bautista?
Hindi ko po masabi. Tanong niyo po.
Hindi, kasabi nila, marami daw kayo. Kasama mo si Mr. Wei Kang Shu, may kasama kayong 5 players of Chinese descent.
Ako lang po may isa.
All the times that you had gone to the houses of the Bautista since February, pupunta ka ba before February sa bahay po na nila?
Never po.
Never, okay. Nung mga panahon pumunta ka sa bahay nila,
Opo.
for the record, under oath, sinasabi mo, mag-isa ka lang.
Opo.
Wala kang ibang kasama.
Wala po.
Meron ka bang kasama sa kotse? Nung
Marami
pumunta
po.
ka? Pero hindi sila bumaba.
Bumaba kung sakali po, hindi pumasok.
Sino-sino yung mga yan?
Driver ko po, tsaka tao ko po.
Under oath, they will say na mag-isa ka lang?
Opo, pumasok po. Ako lang po.
Kayo naman, Mr. Bautista, kung tanungin po namin yung mga tao sa bahay ninyo, will they say that there was Mr. Kim Wong, Mr. Wei Kang Shu, and 5 other players?
Your Honor, nasa labas lang po sila.
Sino yung pumasok sa loob ng bahay ninyo to get the cash?
Nilabas po namin yung yung pera ho from the house.
So hindi nakapasok si Mr. Kim Wong sa bahay ninyo? Sa labas lang po siya?
Sa may main door yata.
Kasi sila ni Wei Kang Shu.
Yes, Your Honor.
At may 5 silang kasama.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nakita po ito ng ibang tao sa bahay ninyo? Or baka mga kapitbahay ninyo, nakita ba sila?
Hindi ko po alam, Your Honor.
So maybe, maybe not. We don't know. Mr. Wong, ang kwento po ni Mr. and Mrs. Bautista, hanggang pintulan daw po kayo. Kasama ni Mr. Wei Kang Shu at kasama ng 5 pang mga around 5 Chinese people of Chinese descent, no? Hindi po totoo yan.
Hindi po totoo.
Nakapasok ka ba sa bahay nila?
Opo.
Ito na yung tanong ni Senator Gingona kanina. Pwede mong i-explain on the record now kung anong nakita mo sa loob ng bahay nila? May painting ka ba nakita? May picture? Pagpasok ba, living room? May TV?
Maraming painting po.
Maraming painting. May isa kang naalala?
Meron po.
Ano?
Pag tinignan niyo po, yung painting balit po, kaano mo napakalalim po yung daan.
Okay.
Special painting po yun. Balitang po. Pag tinignan mo, parang ang lalim hanggang doon.
Hindi mo makalimutan yan?
Hindi ko po manimutan.
May ganyan ba kayong painting sa bahay?
Yes, I have that painting. And sir, he's been to the house before. And
Could you speak louder, Mr. Bautista?
he's been to the house before. And when that painting was new, type na type talaga niya. And he was asking me where I got it.
Okay. So nabati na niya yung painting na yan. Okay. When was he at your house? previous to these transactions? (2014, 2013?
Last year.
Last year. Why was he at your house? Kayo po ba'y magkaibigan? Meron po kayong business dealings?
He was with a friend who visited the house.
Hindi naman si Wei Kang-shu yung friend niya. Sino pong kaibigan niya?
Well, his name's been mentioned earlier, but I'd rather not talk about it anymore because a lot of people have been mentioned already. A lot of people who are not related to the.
Do you confirm, Mr. Wong, na nakapunta ka na sa bahay po nila bago itong mga transaksyon na ito?
Totoo po. Nanimutan ko po. One time po.
Okay.
Totoo po yun. Totoo po.
So,
Sorry
bago
po.
mo na ngayon yung sinabi mo kanina, nakapunta ka nga sa bahay nila.
Opo, opo. Yung one time lang po. Tapos sumunod na ito, 1, 2, 3. Tatlong beses po.
So, as far as you're concerned, Mr. Wong, merong around 17 to 18 million dollars na nawawala.
Nawawala po.
According to our resource speakers from PhilRem, na-encash po ito at naibigay sa inyo. Is that right, Mr. Bautista and Ms. Bautista? Yan po yung testimony po ninyo under oath
Yes, Your Honor.
na kay Wei Kang-shu ito at na kay Kim Wong. Yan ang sinasabi po ninyo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So obviously, Ms. Abad, this is really ripe for your further investigation. Let me ask about the money in the casinos. Meron pong $61 million na pumasok po sa casino. Pag sinabi po natin pumasok ito sa treasury ng mga casino. Is that right, Attorney Tan? For at least for Soler?
Your Honor, with respect to Soler, we received 1.365 billion pesos, Your Honor.
Okay, kasi na-convert na into pesos, no? 1.365.
That's correct.
That's right. Pag sinabing nakapasok, what does that mean?
The amount was transferred from PhilRem's BDO account to Soler's BDO account, Your Honor.
Okay, it's in Soler's video account. Anong nangyari sa perang yon?
The money was then used as front money by Ding Shizi, and then it was used to purchase equivalent amount of non-negotiable chips, Your Honor.
And then?
And
so are the chips at large? Nilaro ba niya yung chips? What happened to this?
I'll give the summary, Your Honor.
Attorney Nepomuceno, I'll be asking about Midas next.
Well, to answer the question of where the 1.365 billion that was received from PhilRem by Soler BDO account, we summarize it as follows. Number one, the entire 1.365 billion pesos was used to purchase 1.365 billion worth of premium non-negotiable chips in Soler. And those non-negotiable chips were used and transferred as follows. 903,730,000 worth was transferred to junket operator A in Soler, Your Honor, and was exchanged for equivalent of 903.73 million worth of that junket operator A's non-negotiable chips on instruction of Mr. Ding Shi Z. Then 100 million
Wait,
worth.
just a second, Attorney Tan. So, pumasok sa account ninyo, naging chips ng Soler, and then naging chips ng junket. Junket operator. Magkaiba ba yung chips na yon?
They're different, Your Honor.
Sorry, could you use the other mic please? Because nawawala-wala ka sa mic. Sige, Attorney, please explain.
Your Honor, a junket operator A is a fixed room junket operator, so they have their own rooms, and when a junket player plays with them, they issue their separate distinct non-negotiable chips, Your Honor.
All right. So, ito ba'y currently still in junket operator A chips?
We do not know that, Your Honor, because the junket operator has its own cage. That's the cashier. And so we have no visibility on the transaction of a junket operator's cage between the junket operator and the player, Your Honor.
So hindi natin alam kung na-encash ba ito, nasa account ng junket operator. We don't know. Your Soler does not know.
That's correct, Your Honor. But in our record, that amount was transferred to them.
So, kumbaga, napasa na sa kanila, hindi nyo na alam. In effect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Junket operator A is a Filipino registered junket operator, or is it a foreign entity?
It's a foreign entity, Your Honor, one of the biggest junket operators in the world, operating in Macau and other gaming centers, Your Honor.
I'm gonna ask Attorney Abad next. No? Have you written junket operator A and told them 900 million pesos worth of Bangladesh's money is with you? Nasabi niyo po yun?
We did, Your Honor.
And was there a response?
Yes, Your Honor. They said they've been paid out, and they said we told them that you will be called to a hearing and you'll be asked to explain. And they said they will explain when called, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, if we can invite those junket operators. When they said they were paid out, does that mean they encashed it already? Sabi mo, they were paid out?
That's what they said.
What does that term mean, paid out?
That it's no longer with them, Your Honor.
So sinasabi po nila, nagalaw na rin nila yung perang yon?
That's how I understand it, Your Honor, yes.
Attorney Abad, do we have any hold on these foreign corporations that may be in possession of stolen money from another country? Meron ba sa batas natin na pwedeng matigil yung kanilang account, ma-freeze yung kanilang mga operations dahil sa ating batas, or wala tayong habol sa kanila?
Well, Your Honor, if we can identify that the money went into these junket operators, then the same could be frozen. However, when we filed, well, in fact, we already filed a petition to freeze the account of Bloomberry. And because based on our investigation, we were able to identify only up to Bloomberry. So after Bloomberry, we didn't know where the money went.
But they're telling us now, it went to junket operator A. Did they withhold that information previously? Or was that always, were you upfront with that information, Attorney Tan?
We're just hearing it for the first time, Your Honor. So,
Okay.
I'm sorry, that's not correct, Your Honor. Last week, March 22, we submitted a response. AMLAC wrote us and say, where is Wei Kang Shu? Can you give us information on him and the players under him? And we responded, Your Honor, in the manner that we responded to Pagcor, and we gave the same details, Your Honor, correcting the mistake and giving them the details of all the transactions that we've submitted to this committee. That was March 22.
Attorney Abad, can you kindly check your records if
yes,
this
Your Honor,
information
but
was given?
We filed the petition for freeze order against Bloomberg's account much earlier, Your Honor. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we filed it on March, I think March 11, Your Honor.
But attorney, if you had information on March 22 that there was another account that this money went to, then you could have also filed a freeze order on that account, because then that would compel these junket operators to at least show up and cooperate with your investigation.
Well, that's what we did, Your Honor. After we filed the petition for freeze against Bloomberg's account, we wrote, Attorney Tan is correct when he said that we wrote Bloomberry to get information on all those junket operators. And yes, we received a reply from Bloomberry, but and we are in the process of dissecting these reports from Bloomberry, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Abad, please act on this information because if the money is not, kailangan natin habulin yung pera, no? Kasi $81 million to na involved ang mga Pilipino sa pagnanakaw sa Bangladesh. I mean, clearly, I'm not saying who exactly is involved, but we're sure Filipinos are involved. At nakakahiya talaga na, yung perang yan, baka nasa sistema natin, kailangan nating talagang ibalik yan. So please use that information of Attorney Tan. You don't want to mention that name, but it is already with the AMLC.
That's correct, Your Honor. We don't want to mention it in public because they're operating regular course.
Okay. AMLC will investigate. I'd like to ask just Maidas. Attorney Nepomuceno, you know my questions already. Nung pumasok yung pera sa inyo, ano nangyari sa pera?
Yes, Your Honor, in the case of Midas Casino, we have appointed Eastern Hawaii as our sub-agent. So the money, it does not go to the account of PIKI, which is our company. It goes to the account of Eastern Hawaii.
So nakay na Mr. Wong pa rin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Wong, magkano po yung... So meron tayong 600 tsaka 18 na in-encash na right now, hindi tayo nagkakasundo kung ano nangyari. Meron tayong 1.3 billion in Soler, na sabi po nila, umabot na sa foreign junket operator. Yung pera po na pumasok sa Maidas, nasa inyo pa po ba?
Yung 1B nasa Eastern Hawaii Rescue Company, Casino, nandun po at dinaro na 550, may natitira ko. Yung 450 po, binayaran sa akin utang. Nandun po. Pwede i-count it po yun. Anytime pwede i-submit po sa inyo kung dili-request.
Sorry So, yung 550 million pesos, nilaro?
Dinaro po.
Meaning, ginawang chips?
Opo. Ginawa date chips po. Opo. Nilalaro po.
Okay. Nilalaro? Meaning it's still being used?
Opo.
Hindi natin tinigil yung paggamit ng pera?
Tinigil po nung March 2. March 2, tinigil po.
So magkano intact pa po? May magkano pa po yung intact?
Yung natira po dun sa laro, more or less nasa 40 million pa.
Dollars?
No, pesos po.
14?
40.
Out of 550 million,
Opo.
actually out of 950
No.
million,
No, 1B po yun. Di ba
1 billion.
450 million po, binayaran sa utang ko po.
Okay.
Opo. Yung 550 po, may natira pa ho, 40 plus million pesos po.
So you're saying may 40 million pang natitira.
Opo,
Anong
opo.
nangyari dun sa 510 million? Nilaro?
Nilaro po.
Pag nilalaro mo yung chips, hindi kasi ako familiar. Pag nilalaro mo yung chips, kailangan mong i-encash yun, di ba? Para makuha mo yun bilang cash or nakuha nila bilang chips?
Pagka pinasok, kukuha ko ng date chips po. Yung date chips po, tapos sa laro, pag nanalo ko sila, pwede ko nila kunin cash. Pero kung, kunyari, 1 million kinuha mo, naglaro ka ngayon, naging 1.5, yung 500 pwede ko kunin ng cash.
So
yung
intact,
1 million, ibabalik ko.
So intact pa ba yung chips worth 550 million?
Hindi na po. Natalo po sila na mga nasa 40 million something po.
Natalo sa Maidas?
Opo. Pwede po nasa record po ng Parkour, kung i-request nyo, pwede man po i-submit para makita po.
Meaning pwede pang ibalik yung pera?
Yung 40 million plus po.
Hindi, yung 510, actually, sa totoo lang, alam ko may utang siya sa'yo, pero kahit yun, galing yun sa nakaw na pere.
Pero yung 450 po, inaamin ko po, binayaran po.
Kaya nga, so...
Opo. 450 million po.
Oo.
Opo.
But if I'm not mistaken, if that is part of an illegal transaction, pwede yan makuha pa, di ba, Attorney Abad? Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So, yung 450, inaamin mo naman, nasa iyo pa?
Opo.
Okay. Yung 510, nilaro sa Maidas, which is under Pagcor, pwede pa bang ibalik yun? I don't know the answer, Mr. Manalastas.
Considered as done transaction na kasi yun eh. And I think we will be chasing a lot of players na natalo.
So, but tama naman ang sinasabi ni Mr. Wong, no? 550 yung nilaro.
Yes.
510 natalo sa casino, sa Maidas, which is run by Pagcor. And you're saying we cannot return that money. That's with the house, right? Nasa Pagcor na yan, di ba?
Nasa junket operator na.
Which is Mr. Kim Wong?
Yes.
So nasa kanya yung 510 million.
Well, considered as done deal na kasi yun eh. It has been lost. So,
sorry yung perang yan, may 510 million na laro, natalo. Nasa inyo po ba o nasa Maidas o nasa Pagcor? Kanino po yung, where is that cash?
ako na po magpaliwanag po.
Opo, sige, go ahead.
Yung junket po, kami po yung Isnawe, nag-ooperate sa Midas po. So yung 550 million po, chinekin po. So dinalo mga players po, ikot-ikot po, pag nanalo po sila, kunyari, sinasabi ko po sa inyo po kanina, pag 1 million nanalo, 500, kinukuha nila. Pag natalo, nababawas naman yung chips nila. So may record po yan, kaya ano ko po sa inyo, sinasuggest ko po sa inyo, pakukuha natin sa PAGCO, naka-manifest naman kung sino, para isubmit po sa committee niyo po.
Okay, we can do that definitely, no? Ang tanong ko, nasan yung pera? Nasa Eastern Hawaii, nasa PAGCO, or nasa Midas? Yung
Nasa
500
Eastern Hawaii po.
Eastern Hawaii.
Yung sinasabi niyo pera 550, nasa Eastern Hawaii.
But you're considering that a done transaction kasi nilaro na. That's
Nilaro
what you're saying.
po.
Okay. May tanong ako, Attorney Abad. Alam ko, kung ma-establish na yung perang gamit mo, illegal ang pinanggalingan, balik-balik yung pera, di ba? I mean, for stolen goods, alam ko parang ganoon, no, if I'm not mistaken. In this case, meron pang 1 billion po dyan na galing po sa illegal na transaction. Pwede po bang mahabol yung perang yan o hindi na siya mahahabol?
That should be recovered, Your Honor. However, the problem is when we filed a petition to freeze the accounts of Eastern Hawaii, where supposedly 1 billion pesos was transferred. At the time the freeze order was issued, the account of Eastern Hawaii is left with nothing, Your Honor.
Na zero na.
Zero na. Nothing was frozen as far as the account of Eastern Hawaii is concerned.
So, Mr. Wong, nalipat mo yung pera sa ibang account?
Hindi po, pinasok ko po sa Eastern Hawaii, tapos yung 200 million, binayaran ko po sa Soler.
Okay.
Yung 200 million po, binayaran ko po sa utang ko.
Okay.
Sa bangko.
At yung 550?
Yung dinaro po ngayon sa Soler. Dito sa loob ng Midas po. Pwede nyo naman po makoy-record po.
Kung nasaan yung pera, yun ang sinasabi mo.
Opo.
Okay. Attorney Abad, meron ba tayong legal recourse? And this is my last question, Mr. Chairman. Alam natin na this came from stolen money. May hacking or kung ano man nangyari, hindi yan pera nung 5 tao na pinasok yung pera, hindi yan pera ni William Go, hindi rin yan pera ni Philrem, hindi yan pera ni RCBC that came from Bangladesh. Aside from the cash, natitrace naman natin kung saan napunta yung pera. May legal recourse ba tayo na kuhanin ulit yung pera para maibalik natin sa Bangladesh?
If we can identify, Your Honor, that the money is still there, then we can recover that. However, if the money is no longer there or no longer available...
No, it's there. Mr. Wong is saying, nandyan pa, di ba, sir? Matitrace natin.
But he said that as far as the 550 million pesos is concerned, it has been checked in. I don't know what check-in means.
Anyway, are our laws strong enough to recover that money? Yun na yung last question ko. Kaya ba ng mga batas natin na ma-recover yung perang yan? Or may kakulangan yung batas natin, hindi na natin ma-recover kung nakapasok na sa mga casino, nakapasok na sa ibang transaksyon, hindi na ma-recover o ma-recover? Kaya ba o hindi?
Well, there are remedies provided under the law.
And that is one of the remedies, if I'm not mistaken.
One of the remedies provided under the law is the forfeiture of any assets identified to be related to any unlawful activity or the money laundering offense. So under the AMLAC has the power to institute petition for civil forfeiture against all these properties or assets that have been identified, that are deemed related to unlawful activity.
Thank you, Attorney Abad. And of course, we're doing the hearing so people will know what really happened or people can judge for themselves kung ano talaga yung nangyari. But at the end of the day, yung proseso po ninyo will determine whether maibabalik natin a part, whole, konti o karamihan ng pera na nanakaw. And we hope that you can really go through that process properly. And if you need the help of the Senate to change the laws or make things stronger, nandito naman ho kami na tutulong sa inyo. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Bam. No, just an administrative before we go to Senator Coco na matagal lang nag-aantay, alam ko. Pero Senator Bam, you made a request. I just want to clarify. You want to call to the hearing, correct me if I'm, call to the hearing the junket operators.
The representatives of the junket operator in the Philippines. So they, for themselves, they can tell us.
Of which Soler and Midas?
No, just Soler.
Soler. How many junket
Just
operators
one.
do you have?
Attorney Tan, kindly tell the chairman.
I suppose, Your Honor, you're referring to the junket operators identified in our report. There are 2, Your Honor.
So
Mr.
2
Chairman, there are
persons.
2. I would like to hear it from them where the money went, because I think what's important is we recover the
Yes,
money.
yes. In fact, when this hearing started, I was under the impression that the 3.36 was still frozen. So I said at least maybe there's 1.36 billion that we can still return to Bangladesh. But now I find out that it's been converted into chips and has been already
That's correct,
gambled.
Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Tan, you can produce the 2 junket operators?
We will, Your Honor.
You will?
Well, we'll ask them to come here, Your Honor, for the next hearing.
No, you tell me now, because if it's needed, we can subpoena them. So you tell me whether you can or you cannot.
Maybe they should be subpoenaed, Your Honor.
You cannot require them.
Well, when we
They
investigate...
are regular customers of yours?
Yes, sir, they operate inside our casino.
So if you say, if you don't go to the Senate, then we don't do business with you, then I suppose they will come.
I
In
hope
other
so,
words,
Your
my point is, don't you have a hold over them?
We have a contract, Your Honor. Part of the contract says they should follow Philippine law, so...
Okay, so, sige. The COMSEC is hereby, could you supply the names and their addresses
Yes, Your Honor.
to the COMSEC right after this hearing so we can issue the
Yes, Your Honor.
subpoena? Senator Aquino, how about the one in Maidas? No. No, that's Kim Wong, no? Okay, he's here already. Okay, I think that's very, very important for the public to know that the last remedy is a civil case, Attorney Abad, a civil case, not a criminal case for forfeiture of assets. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor, it's a civil forfeiture case, Your Honor.
Civil forfeiture. And, yes, Senator Aquino.
Very quickly, are there efforts to invite Mr. Wei Kang Su? Who is anyone, Mr. Wong?
Yes. Before, Miss Abad, I understand you talked to the immigration authorities on the matter of Mr. Wei Kang Su. What was the latest is by the immigration?
Based on our query with the Bureau of Immigration, the records would show that from the time Mr. Wei Kang Su arrived in Manila sometime in 2015, I think April 2015, there's no record of departure. However, we received information that this Mr. Wei Kang Su probably has left the country via a private plane, Your Honor.
That still goes through immigration, Mr. Chairman.
I suppose if it's a private plane, you still have to go through immigration. But what did immigration say?
They don't have a record of his departure, Your Honor.
You don't have a record of his
Mr. Chairman.
departure?
PI, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr.
Chairman,
Senator Aquino.
Mr. Wei Kang Su is a known person to Mr. Wong and to Maidas.
Yes, I was
Surely
getting
you
to
have his
that.
telephone number, his
Yes.
address. Na-text niyo po ba si Mr. Wei Kang Su, Mr. Wong? Nung nangyayari na to?
Hindi ko pa nakakausap po.
You didn't try to call
Kasi
him?
player po siya ni Gao. Pero pwede ko pa-check po. Kasi nagtatago pa ako eh.
Okay. Can you kindly locate Mr. Wei Kang Su and the Secretariat, I'm sure, can subpoena him here also if he's still in the Philippines. Mr. Wong, if you can help us.
Opo, kung wala ho siya dito, papupuntahin ko po.
Okay, thank you.
The COMSEC is hereby ordered to issue a subpoena for Mr. Wei Kang Su on the presumption that we have enough information. And Ms. Abad, it's incumbent upon you. Can we get a confirmation, second confirmation again from the immigration authorities as to whether they know the whereabouts of Mr. Wei Kang Su?
We will, Your Honor.
How about Maidas? Can you tell us anything? Are you representing Maidas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We have a prepared statement, Your Honor.
No. This is not, I'm not talking about the
Okay.
statement. I'm talking about Mr. Wei Kang Su. Do you have
No, Your Honor, because the presence of Mr. Wei Kang-shu, if he plays in Midas, is actually pre-cleared by Eastern Hawaii. And once it is pre-cleared, that it is established that he in fact played, they actually forward to the Pagcor branch manager assigned in Midas a photocopy of his passport. So as we have mentioned earlier, I believe that Pagcor will produce the records of Mr. Wei Kang-soo if he had played in Midas before.
Okay, but I'm not too interested right now. I want a definitive answer. Does anybody know whether Mr. Wei Kang-soo, you're operating the casino, so is Mr. Wei Kang-soo playing in your casinos right now?
Sir, Mr. Chairman, I believe that we actually have signed an agreement of a sub-agency agreement with Eastern Hawaii. And in our case, it is Eastern Hawaii who actually operates the...
So in other words, you wouldn't know.
We wouldn't know exactly.
You operate a casino, but you don't know who goes in and out.
We have a record, Your Honor, that has been submitted.
Okay, then let's not dilly-dally on this point. Anyway, Mr. Kim Wong, you said hahanapin niyo po.
Opo.
Okay. 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 Now we go to Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For Pagcor, Mr. Manalastas, you've heard the explanation of Attorney Nepomuceno hiding under a sub-agency agreement. Should you continue with such kind of an arrangement where it confuses the situation and people can hide behind agreements? Will you continue to allow this?
Sir, if I may, we still derive income from such operations. What we cannot provide directly, the junket operators can offer. So in a way, they still help in attracting big players from abroad.
The casino in Midas Hotel is Pagcor operated.
Yes, sir.
So you put up that casino to compete with your own flagship project, the Entertainment City. What's the logic? Putting up your own casino to compete with the casinos you have incentivized to locate in Entertainment City?
Sir, they have, well, in the casino, we have different types of market. Soler has a foreign market, which is a bigger group, and we cater to the locals also.
Locals can play in Soler. Is that right, Attorney Tan?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, I don't see the point. Anyway, you better review the logic behind you having a flagship project called Entertainment City, and then you're supposed to protect that project to make the locators there earn money, and then you want to compete with them by putting up your own casino just a couple of kilometers away. Anyway, for Attorney Nepomuceno, in one breath, you mentioned Eastern Hawaii and a certain Oriental earlier. What are those two entities and how are they related?
Your Honor, Oriental Casino is actually the trade name of the junket room in Midas Casino, and Eastern Hawaii is the sub-agent.
Oriental Casino is the trade name of the junket room.
Yes, Your
So
Honor.
that is the entity with which Pagcor has a contract. Tama? Because Pagcor operates the main casino. Tama po ba yan? Is that correct?
Your Honor, Pagcor has a contract with Prime Investment Korea Inc., our company, and we actually in turn have a sub-agency agreement with Eastern Hawaii.
Okay, but you own the trademark of Oriental Casino?
It is owned by Eastern Hawaii, Your Honor, I believe.
You don't know?
I believe, Your Honor, it is owned by Eastern Hawaii. I know for a fact that it's being used in Midas Hotel and Casino.
You don't care? You don't care to find out?
Actually, Your Honor, it's owned by Eastern Hawaii.
Okay, to Director Abad, against whom have we filed money laundering cases or complaints as of today?
As of today, Your Honor, we have filed 2 criminal complaints. The first one is against Ms. Maya De Quito and the 4 account holders, and the second one is against Mr. Kam Sin Wong, aka Kim Wong, and Mr. Wei Kang Su, Your Honor.
7, at least against 7 personalities. No? Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is the basis of your case against Mr. Kim Wong? Is it because of the testimony of Maya De Quito that he was the one who told her to open the 4 fictitious accounts, or is it because of the transfer of funds from Eastern Hawaii to his personal account?
Yes, Your Honor, it was based on the fact that he received money from Eastern Hawaii, which is, as far as our investigation is concerned, part of the stolen funds from the Bangladesh Bank.
So, you stated in one of our earlier hearings that it's important that there should be knowledge of the illegal source or the unlawful activity behind the money. So that means that AMLAC is convinced that Mr. Kim Wong has knowledge of the illegal source or the unlawful activity which generated the money transfer to his account. So, but he is, if we put the events on a timeline, he is actually on the ending part. So I'm wondering why an actor like Phil Rem, who is if not in the middle but at the beginning part of the timeline of of events constituting money laundering, how come you do not attribute knowledge to Philrem because you did not even freeze Philrem accounts and you didn't file a case against Philrem?
Well, as I've said earlier, Your Honor, the AMLAC files criminal complaint as evidence would warrant. And based on our initial investigation, early on, we already found out that all those persons against whom we filed criminal complaint, their circumstances would show that they knew that the money transacted came from the stolen funds. However, as far as the Philrem is concerned, when we looked at the transactions, initially it would appear that these were regular transactions as a remittance company. We saw that there were a lot of transactions coming in and out of our Philrem's account, and so we would at first we thought that this money that were remitted from the account of quote-unquote William Sogo were also part of its daily regular business, Your Honor. But as I've said, we haven't completed our investigation. Our investigation is still ongoing, and we are verifying certain facts, Your Honor.
Yeah, I read the one news report which stated that Philrem has 100,000 transactions. I don't know if that's a day or a month, but the average amount involved is $500. So even if they have many transactions, if we look at the average amount, $500, these particular transactions are not maybe part of thousands of transactions, but from the amount, they are not usual. Because the average amount is $500.
These amounts may be unusual, but I think, if not mistaken, in the past there were also relatively large transactions in the accounts that happened in the account of Philrem, Your Honor.
So why did AMLAC attribute knowledge on the part of Kim Wong, who is at the end of the timeline, because that's the destination account, PNB ba? PNB account? Isa kanya?
Yes, Your Honor.
So why do we attribute knowledge on the part of Kim Wong, and then we do not attribute knowledge on the part of Philrem, which played a very crucial role in distributing in remitting the amounts?
Because based on our investigation, Your Honor, it would appear that Mr. Kim Wong is one of the ultimate beneficiaries of this account. And considering the circumstances that attended the series of transfers involving this money, it would appear that he knew from the start that the money is coming and that the money came from some unlawful activity, Your Honor. But as in contrast, as far as PhilRem is concerned, at first it would appear that the money just passed through it as a remittance company. But I'm not saying at this point, Your Honor, that PhilRem is completely innocent of all these things, Your Honor.
But my point is this: when you applied for a freeze order for the account of Kim Wong, you still have not heard the testimony that he was involved in the early part, according to Maya Digito, that he was the one who introduced the 5 account holders to him. So all you knew was that his PNB account was a destination of the money. So nasa ending na po siya, and yet you attributed knowledge on his part. And then here comes one critical player in the narration, and you do not attribute knowledge. So I'm just wondering, why the different treatment? I hope you get my point. Okay. Okay, but that was okay. But that was before. But now that you have heard additional testimony, and according to Mr. Kim Wong, there is an unaccounted $17 million, which he alleges are still with PhilRem. So don't you have any power or any weapon under your disposal to at least believe the allegation of Mr. Kim Wong and try to save the $17 million by freezing it or applying for a freeze order?
The problem, Your Honor, is I think this missing $17 million have been withdrawn in cash, and probably it's, I don't know.
Yeah, but did you even try?
We just try based on.
No, did you even try to now that you have heard this missing $17 million, will you even try to look for that from PhilRem's accounts?
Well, we will try, Your Honor. But let me further explain, Your Honor. Because when we filed the petition for freeze order against all those identified accounts, as far as the $81 million is concerned, and based on the initial evidence that we have gathered, it would appear that everything has been disbursed by PhilRem. Some parts went to Bloomberry, some parts went to Eastern Hawaii, which eventually went to Mr. Kim Wong, and some parts were allegedly delivered in cash to that Mr. Wei Kan Su. So the 81 million has been accounted for as far as our initial investigation.
Yes, if we are to believe PhilRem's testimony. Yung first two, okay yun, there must be documentary evidence. That's why when Ms. Salud Bautista was testifying on the cash deliveries, she was required to bring receipts, which she promised to bring, even the identity or identification document of that person who received, like a passport, which she promised to bring, which she did not bring. Okay, so medyo sablay na po yun, ano? And then here comes testimony from Mr. Kim Wong that there's a missing 17 million. So it's word versus word, but if you can believe the word of PhilRem, can you not also believe the word of Kim Wong and take precautionary measure to save that $17 million?
Well, Your Honor, all testimonies here will be taken into consideration in our investigation, Your Honor.
There's also testimony from Mr. Kim Wong that there are still left with the casinos 40 million in Midas, 100 million in Soler. What can we do about it? If none, then can PAGCOR do something about it? And with your power to regulate and to license casinos? If AMLAC first, what can you do? Kasi we're trying to save us as much as we can. No? If we can return at the soonest possible time so that the case of Bangladesh versus New York Fed or Bangladesh versus whatever entity would be 81 minus whatever we can return. So AMLAC first. With this testimony, $17 million, PhilRem, 40 million Midas, 100 million Soler. What can you do? Then since 2 casinos are involved, what can Pagcor do?
Well, under the law, the only remedy for AMLAC is to file petition for freeze. And when we file petition for freeze, we have to identify, we have to describe the specific asset that is being frozen, Your Honor. That's why we would need information as to where these monies are. So if we can receive information that would show that parts of this money are with, like, if it is with the junket operators, and if we can receive information pertaining to those junket operators, then we can file a appropriate petition for freeze, Your Honor.
Can you sort out the details later? But freeze 100 million in Soler's assets, freeze 40 million in Midas's assets, and then sort it out later. Who is the real person liable?
As I've said, Your Honor, when we file a petition for freeze with the Court of Appeals, we have to describe the assets being frozen. So we have to give details as to the assets that are being frozen. So without such description, it would be difficult for the Court of Appeals to issue.
I'm referring to, of course, their cash assets, of course, cash, bank deposits, etc. Only to the tune of the amounts testified to by Mr. Kim Wong are still there, are still being there. I don't think that's unfair. We are not running after the entire 550 kasi nalaro na at natalo. But sabi niya may 100 pambalansi. But are we not even going to try to recover the 100 million pesos? Oh, anyway, we've heard Ms. Abad's answer. But Pagcor, can you not do anything about this?
Sir, the casino licenses have been very cooperative with us from the start of our investigation until now. In fact, they volunteered the whatever amounts were left. So we can get their cooperation on this, Your Honor.
But can we now reserve those amounts? More than just, if they're willing to cooperate, then they should not get hurt or be insulted if such an amount is frozen, di ba? Tama po ba yun?
Sir,
if you say that they're willing to cooperate, they've told you they're willing to cooperate. So what's wrong with?
They've committed to freeze the accounts. Huh?
They've committed to freeze the account. Attorney Benitan?
Yes, Your Honor, we confirm that we have frozen the account, and we're waiting for proper court order on how they will be disposed of, Your Honors.
You might get scolded, Attorney Tan.
Mr. Chair, would you like to repeat that last sentence? I didn't quite catch it. We admit that we are frozen the accounts.
We have frozen the account.
What is contained in the accounts as frozen?
The total amount which remained from the Ding Group when we stopped the play last March 10, 2016, Your Honors, total 107,350,602 in balance in their CHIPS account. In addition, we confiscated various denominations of cash from their rooms, amounting to, when converted into pesos, Your Honor, 1,347,069 pesos, Your Honor. We are committed to hold this and comply with whatever court order would apply to this.
Was this the subject of a freeze order?
It's internal, Your Honor. This is company's decision.
You're doing a little bit better than RCBC. RCBC won't freeze. Yes, Marcel, you want to say something?
Thank you, sir. The bank has greater obligations, I believe, under existing
Greater obligations. To whom?
to the depositors, as it turns out. And I know what
Not-
you will say, Your Honor, but
Not to the Filipino people.
as well, Your Honor, we have that obligation.
Well, we commend Soler for freezing those accounts.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We ask Midas, but since Midas is Pagcor operated, tama po ba yan? It's actually Pagcor committing to freeze your own funds up to 40 million? Is that the proper way to look at it? Or is it who should be the one to freeze the 40 million?
Eastern Hawaii.
Can you direct Eastern Hawaii to do it now?
Yes, sir.
Sir, it already freeze. Freeze na po. Yung 40 million po.
At any time na pwedeng sabi, make that available, convert it to dollars, remit it to Bank of Bangladesh. Gagawin nyo?
Opo, meron pa po isang pera pa po. Nandyan, cash.
Magkano?
US dollars po. 4.63 million po.
Yes, if I may.
Akala ko yun
That's
yun,
the
sir.
amount.
Hindi
That's
po,
the amount that
natira
was natira. So he has 4.6 million dollars cash plus 40 million pesos cash. Am I correct?
Doon po sa sa Maidas po. Ganito po, di ba, sir? Yung tinanggap na sinasabi ko dito sa akin, 600 million cash, ang natanggap ko is 400 million cash. Pero tinanggap na 5 million US dollars. So nag-aaway na po kami ng si Ding Sigaw, sabi ko po, hindi ho ito pwede kunin nyo ng cash. Kailangan ilaro nyo. So nakuha po nila ng 370,000 US, doon nag-aaway na po kami. So natira na po, ngayon, nandyan po, nakatago sa dyan. Anytime, gusto nyo kunin 4.63 US dollars po, million US. Anytime po, kung gusto
Thank you
nyo.
for volunteering that. Sino, who controls that 4.63 million US
Nandun
dollars?
po sa Tiangge, anytime. Nakikaw o pangalan. Pwede ko po. Gusto nyo dalhin dito o saan nyo gusto nyo dalhin?
Basta kontrolado ninyo, ha?
Utos yun lang sa akin.
Pagkor, can we secure that amount? Immediately.
After this hearing po.
So, Senator, if I may, maybe it should be turned over proper to the central bank for safekeeping. Governor, we're talking 4.6 million for safekeeping.
Mr. Chairman, I suppose somebody has to consign it to...
Closer to the mic, please.
Somebody has to consign it to the BSP, and BSP has vaults that can secure amounts.
Yes, so that's why I'm saying Mr. Kim Wong can make arrangements with the central bank for him to turn over the money to the Bangko Central for safekeeping.
Opo, kausapin ko po doon ko, pahatid ko po doon.
Mr. Governor, there seems to be an unease on your part.
Mr. Chairman, the BSP cannot take deposits from the public. What BSP possibly can do is if the amounts can be put in a storage, let's say in a box, secured, and then it will be witnessed and placed inside the BSP vaults, that could be arranged. Not unlike, for example, what was done for the source code of the COMELEC.
Yes, yes. I'm not talking about deposits. I'm just saying it's lodged with you for safekeeping.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Analogous to the situation that I described.
Okay, then. So, Mr. Kim, would you make arrangements with the Bangko Central? Anyway, after this meeting, you can meet with Governor Espinilla to go over the procedure of turnover.
Yeah, I think maybe the ambassador of Bangladesh can be there so we can put the box.
Whatever.
Thank you, Mr. Wong, for volunteering that. No, I missed that. It's in my notes, may 4.63 M nga, dollars. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to dispute the interpretation of RCBC of our law on the secrecy of bank deposits. They say that the deposits are the ones being protected. But if you read the law, the protection over the deposits would disappear or would dissipate if there is a written permission of the depositor. Therefore, the protection is not for the benefit of the deposit, but for the benefit of the depositor. That is very, very clear. Hence, if the depositors have been determined by the bank itself as fictitious depositors, there is no point in invoking or applying the bank secrecy law. Now, I am interested in looking at the documents used in opening the 5 fictitious accounts. Since if the committee will adopt my interpretation of the law, then we should be able to compel RCBC now to submit all of those documents to this committee so we can examine them. Okay? Plus the short account transaction history, because they were open February 5 and May 1, 2015, had activity February 5, and then
Correct.
all amounts were gone by February 9 or 10. So if the committee would agree with my interpretation, I think we should be forcing RCBC to submit to us all the papers related to those 5 fictitious accounts. And what has happened to my request for the transaction history of the July 2014 peso account of William Sogo? Have you submitted it to the committee?
That, Your Honor, I will submit in the next hearing. I wasn't able to organize that. But I understand what the Honorable...
We're not waiting for the next hearing because you guys always give these documents 1 hour before as if we're geniuses that we can absorb it.
Yes.
You will submit it tomorrow, okay?
We'll submit it tomorrow, Your Honor.
I just would like to warn the audience that you're seeing a debate on law between 2 bar top-notchers. So you better tape this for posterity.
Your
Thank
Honor,
you.
I defer to my better bar top-notcher over here, Senator Pimentel. I understand what he's saying, and unfortunately, there is no jurisprudence as of the moment in any respect. And one interpretation will be an advocate's interpretation, which can go either way. There's no court to determine at this point. We have submitted all the documents to the AMLC, and if that's a way for the Senate to receive the reports, perhaps they could ask the AMLC. But we have submitted all the documents relating to all the accounts to the AMLC, Your Honor.
Okay. In that case, Senator...
Mr. Chairman,
Senator
we have
Coco.
made the request directly to RCBC.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are they complying or not? We want to know, and we know that your reason will be bank secrecy. Then I will move that we will not accept the reason. Is RCBC going to submit to this committee all of the documents, including the opening forms for the 5 fictitious accounts opened at your RCBC Jupiter branch?
Yes, Your Honor, I stand corrected. There is a Supreme Court case on the matter, and it actually pertained to the Velarde account. And when the Supreme Court said that bank secrecy did not apply to the Velarde account because it was fictitious, it limited its decision only to that specific account. So we do not have any decision yet that covers all the supposedly fictitious accounts.
Better for us, actually, that there's no decision. Therefore, this will be the precedent. It will be a political decision which you can question before the courts. But I need an answer.
Actually,
if they are submitting or not, because I will move that we will now overrule.
Attorney Marcel?
Your Honor, we always wish to comply.
No,
And
the answer.
The answer is we do not have any legal jurisprudence or legal basis.
So will you comply with the request?
We have submitted to the AMLC, Your Honor.
No, the specific, it's specific. Will you comply with the request that you give the documents on the fictitious account? Yes or no?
Your Honor, because the law is clear. and
Yeah, I know
there's no
the law is clear to
we
you,
cannot-
but I just need a categorical answer. Don't give me any phrase
Your
before
Honor,
that.
we cannot comply.
You cannot comply. Okay, that's all I wanted.
So, I move, Mr. Chairman, that we do not accept the ground invoked by RCBC, which is the bank secrecy law, as a valid reason to not to comply with our request. So,
Yes.
and if that should be our interpretation, then I would move that they be cited for contempt.
Yes, actually that was our interpretation even at the start. If you recall, yun ang unang sinabi ko na bakit ganon, yung tao fictitious, hindi totoong tao. And this morning also Senator Osmeña reiterated that position. At any rate,
Your Honor, may I just add?
are you going to argue or are you going to just comply?
No, we cannot.
Because we can argue and argue until 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. But if it's going to be, we want a categorical answer.
I have given one, Your Honor.
Okay. At this rate, I'd like to call for because I've been informed that the sound system, the speakers, there's something wrong with them, and they would like 5 minutes to check on the sound system. So,
But Mr. Chairman, Marcel, on the peso account, there's no dispute. Because he signed a waiver. So comply tomorrow. Comply tomorrow at the latest.
I'll try to see if I can have it sent by today.
Okay, thank you.
okay. So we call a 5-minute recess. So 5-minute adjournment, 5-minute suspension.